changed the way schools will participate remotely in meetings. The Commission for Independent Education has changed the way schools will participate remotely in meetings. Moving forward, CIE will be using Zoom Webinar, and there are a few differences to be aware of. The first process to be aware of is registration. When you click on the invitation link on CIE's homepage, you will be taken to a registration page. This page has 5 questions that must be filled in: first name, last name, email, confirmation of your email, and organization name. After you register, you will receive an email that includes the Zoom link to access the webinar. Please do not share this link, as it will only work with one device per registrant. If you have multiple people calling in, they should all register individually. On the day of the meeting, we advise you to have only one device in the room. Multiple devices in the same room can lead to audio problems that make it difficult for the commissioners to hear you and for you to hear them. If you have multiple people from your team on the call, they should all be in separate locations. When the meeting starts, all of the schools will be listed as attendees. Attendees cannot display their video camera and cannot turn on their microphone unless asked to do so by a moderator. But attendees can ask questions using the Q&A feature. Please note, questions are displayed publicly, so do not put any sensitive or private information in the Q&A. During the meeting, when your school is recognized, you will need to raise your digital hand, which will help moderators find you in the list of attendees logged into the meeting. When this happens, you will be asked to unmute your microphone. Once you unmute yourself, you will be able to speak. If you call in using a phone instead of a computer, you can raise your digital hand by pressing *9 and unmute yourself by pressing *6. Thank you, and we look forward to seeing you at the next meeting. The Commission for Independent Education has changed the way schools will participate remotely in meetings. Moving forward, CIE will be using Zoom Webinar, and there are a few differences to be aware of. The first process to be aware of is registration. When you click on the invitation link on CIE's homepage, you will be taken to a registration page. This page has 5 questions that must be filled in: first name, last name, email, confirmation of your email, and organization name. After you register, you will receive an email that includes the Zoom link to access the webinar. Please do not share this link, as it will only work with one device per registrant. If you have multiple people calling in, they should all register individually. On the day of the meeting, we advise you to have only one device in the room. Multiple devices in the same room can lead to audio problems that make it difficult for the commissioners to hear you and for you to hear them. If you have multiple people from your team on the call, they should all be in separate locations. When the meeting starts, all of the schools will be listed as attendees. Attendees cannot display their video camera and cannot turn on their microphone unless asked to do so by a moderator. But attendees can ask questions using the Q&A feature. Please note, questions are displayed publicly, so do not put any sensitive or private information in the Q&A. During the meeting, when your school is recognized, you will need to raise your digital hand, which will help moderators find you in the list of attendees logged into the meeting. When this happens, you will be asked to unmute your microphone. Once you unmute yourself, you will be able to speak. If you call in using a phone instead of a computer, you can raise your digital hand by pressing *9 and unmute yourself by pressing *6. Thank you, and we look forward to seeing you at the next meeting.
Good morning, everyone. I'm going to call the meeting to order, and I will pass it over to Dr. Coyne.
Good morning, everyone. This is the Commission for Independent Education, and I am Mildred Coyne, Chair of the Commission. We are meeting virtually via Zoom. Today is November 8th, 2023. Ms. Hood, could we have a roll call, please?
Commissioner Coyne,
Present.
Commissioner Williams,
Present.
Commissioner Whitaker,
Present.
Commissioner Cross, Commissioner Taylor Ellis,
Present.
Commissioner Marty, and Commissioner Stefano.
Present.
Jeff, do you want to test your mic? Commissioner Cross? We might have some technical glitch that we're trying to work out there. It's now time for the Pledge of Allegiance, led by Commissioner Taylor Ellis.
I pledge allegiance
To the
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Welcome to everyone this morning. Thank you for joining us. This meeting has two viewing options as follows. Please use one if you wish to view the meeting. Navigate to the Commission's Agenda Information webpage and click on the webcast link available for the desired day. Today's agenda addresses degree granting institutions. This link will direct you to a live video feed of the meeting that will be used for viewing purposes only. This option does not allow anyone to communicate with the Commission or staff. Please use option 2 if you will need to communicate with the Commission during today's meeting, including institutions on the agenda. Navigate to the webcast links referenced a moment ago and locate the Zoom webinar registration link under the video link. There is a separate registration link for each day, November 8 and 9, and you must register separately for each day. This link will send a confirmation email that contains additional instruction on how to proceed with viewing the meeting. When registering, please note the following: that a separate registration is required for each user, as shared logins are not permitted. When registering, please enter your school name as it appears on the agenda in the designated organization box. This will assist us in identifying schools during the meeting. The confirmation email contains instructions for dialing into the webinar for users desiring to call in. If your school is called, please raise your digital hand and unmute yourself. During the meeting, please ensure your device remains muted unless you are speaking with the Commission. It is recommended that only one device be in the same room at one time. If multiple devices are nearby, please be sure to silence the volume and make sure they are muted. This will prevent any feedback during the meeting. For users who use the dial-in feature, you can press *9 to raise your hand and *6 to unmute your phone. For technical assistance with using Zoom, please see the Zoom technical support website link identified on the CIE website. For questions or concerns, please email cieinfo@fldoe.org. Thank you for joining us today and welcome. Due to this meeting's virtual format, we will forego the introductions of visitors. We ask that any individual speaking with the Commission on behalf of an institution, please state your full name and relationship with the school. So next on the agenda is the approval of minutes. We will consider minutes from the meetings held September 28 and 29, 2023 today. Is there a motion to approve the minutes?
So moved.
So moved.
Is there a second? We have a first and a second. Commissioner Cross and Commissioner Taylor Ellis. Is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion, we'll take a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion to approve September minutes is adopted. Ms. Hurst, will you please provide the Executive Director's report?
Yes, thank you. So our student protection fee balance is $100,964.25, and no citations were issued. Of note, Rule 6E-7.001, the designation of restrooms and changing facilities in private post-secondary educational institutions, was approved by the Commission and sent to the State Board of Education for final approval in October of 2023. The State Board of Education approved the rules, and they will be adopted this month.
Oh, that's good to know. Thank you. Mr. Junta, will you please provide our legal counsel report?
Yes. Good morning, Chair Coyne. So just as of note, I would just like it to be noted for the record that Commissioner Cross is present. He logged on just before the recitation of the Pledge of Allegiance. I would like the minutes to reflect that as well. The only report I have is just as a procedural matter. There are a few institutions that have matters before the Commission this morning with which commissioners are affiliated. Pursuant to Section 112.3143, just a reminder, as we know, to the commissioners, if your institution comes up, please, when we reach that section, announce to the commission your affiliation with the institution, and you are to abstain from voting on any matter pertaining to that institution, though you may certainly comment. And just to clarify, it is an abstention from the vote. It is not a recusal.
Okay, thank you for that. Next on the agenda are issues relating to degree granting institutions. First is Section A, institutions ordered to appear back before the Commission. We have one on this item on the agenda for institutions ordered to appear back before the Commission is Florida Career College, Miami number 1792. Staff recommendations have been provided. If you are here from the institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself.
Is that Dr. Marty? Is that Dr. Marty? Yes, it is. Okay. You should note her presence.
Okay, I'm unmuted now. Can you hear me, Chair Coyne?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Thank you, Chair Coyne. I'm Tim Moscato, and I am Regional Vice President, Florida Career College.
Welcome. How's it going, Tim?
Well, it's it's become our new normal, right? It's definitely not a fun environment, but we're staying focused on our students. We haven't, nothing with the Department of Education has changed from the last meeting where we presented to you. And nothing will affect our focus and commitment to the success of our students. And certainly when there's something firm to share, we'll definitely keep you informed. Locally, we continue to teach and serve our students at all 10 locations and under the conditions we agreed to with the Department of Education. We're maintaining our labs, providing supplies and resources, and we have 7 signed teach-out agreements and are still working on more for our students. However, the majority of our students have decided to remain in school with Florida Career College.
Well, that's good. How many, do you have an idea of how many students will not complete their program?
No, I don't have that in front of me. We can definitely supply that to you. Although what we did see over the last several months is students staying at a higher rate. So we saw our retention rates actually improve during this time. We saw students staying more focused. And so we still have students in the labs, and then we have actually twice as many students right now on their externships. So I'll make sure that I get you that information as well in terms of how many didn't stay during this time.
And do you have a plan in place to extend beyond the January 2024? Or what does beyond January 24 look like for you?
So all of the students that we have currently enrolled, there is a plan for each one of those students to complete by the end of January 2024. So nothing would change in our current situation. We've not been enrolling students since April 11th of 2023. So by the time we get to the end of January 24, our students will have completed, all of our students will have completed their program or left the institution. So beyond that, it really is up to what the Department of Education chooses.
Gotcha. Commissioner Williams, were you? No. Any other discussion, commissioners?
Madam Chair, if I just may, I would like to note for the record and for the minutes that Commissioner Marty is present and has been since just before the school was taken up.
Okay, great. Welcome, Commissioner Marty.
Thank you.
Any other comments on matter of Florida Career College? Thank you for being here and continuing to provide us an update. Do we have a motion to accept staff's recommendations?
So move.
Second.
We have a first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Staff recommendation is adopted. Next on the agenda is applications for provisional licensure. We will take the 5 institutions individually. First institution is Florida Health Institute, Pembroke Pines, number 12733. Staff recommendations have been provided. If you are here from this institution, please raise your hand and unmute yourself to introduce yourself.
No.
No.
Hello, Mr. President. I am Asghar Hussain. I am the president of Florida Health Institute Pembroke Pine. We are applying for a new campus. We have another campus. The main campus is Florida Health Institute Fort Lauderdale, and we have 20 years with the license, and we are starting a new campus in Pembroke Pine location. We submit some programs that we have running for 15 years in the main campus, and we are in the business of education for 20 years.
That's great. Thank you for being here. Commissioners, any discussion on this application for provisional licensure? No, hearing none. Is there a motion to accept staff's recommendations with the contingencies outlined?
So moved.
Second.
We have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion to accept staff's recommendation is adopted. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The
Thank
next
you very much.
institution is, oh, thank you. Thank you for being here. The next institution is Kennedy University of Leadership, Miami, number 12748. Staff recommendations have been provided. If you are here from the institution, please raise your hand, unmute, and introduce yourself.
Hi, my name is Matt Jacobson, president from Kennedy University. Pleasure to be here. Hope you're all doing great today.
Thank you. Commissioners, any discussion?
Sorry,
Oh, sorry.
I'm here as well. Hi, sorry. My name is Nina Patton. I'm the Global Compliance Manager representing Kennedy University of Leadership as well. Nice to be here today with you.
Thank you for being here. So I guess I'll start with the question. I'm interested about your programming, and I'm curious, what is your who is your target audience, and where do you intend to find them, your students?
That's a fantastic question. So we've been in higher education for about 20 years and have quite a lot of experience in the space. As far as target audience, we're really trying to have a mission and a purpose. We are a mission-based registered organisation, and we have a mission to improve access to higher education, particularly for management and leadership. There's a couple of key issues around access. One of them, of course, that we all know about is cost of education, but also quality and relevance of education. So we have a global leaders faculty of hundreds of world leaders that are industry leaders that are participating in our curriculum, from heads of the UN and CIA and presidents and founders. So the point of that, for your question, is that we're targeting people who want real career advancement in an accessible and affordable degree. So the target audience for that is fairly broad because the traditional system prevents and has a lot of barriers for people accessing higher education. And we have a mission to look at how that can be improved.
And what is your then marketing strategy to achieve that?
So the marketing strategy, like most universities, is fairly similar. It's a combination of numerous things. So we have very, very strong ties to industry. So we have relationships, for example, with Ford Motor Company, Aston Martin Motor Company, KPMG, PwC, etc. So working through industry and industry connections is really important because it really embraces and demonstrates the practical value of the degrees and the qualifications. Of course, there's general awareness through things like LinkedIn. So a lot of institutions will market in public forums such as LinkedIn, but then there's lots of practical environments like chambers of commerce, industry associations that we have relationships with, from the Leadership Institute, Project Management Institute. So lots of professional bodies, industry bodies, but as well as public marketing.
Yeah, I think that's a really good, it's a good strategy to connect yourself with industry, right? Because that's where you're also going to get those industry partners that want to level up their existing talent. So
absolutely, that's a key focus.
Mm-hmm. Any other discussion, commissioners?
Chair, I just had the same question, and it sounds like you have connections, but there was no advertising cost planned in the business plan with 135 students. So it sounds like you have connections in a pipeline of prospective students without needing traditional advertising.
Yeah, that's a really good question. So the plan is to really start quite small and grow organically over time. And so for the small number of initial students, yeah, absolutely. I mean, we have probably about 100 corporate clients and relationships alone, as well as the industry associations and industry bodies that I mentioned. Some of those alone, which have thousands of members and thousands of individuals that they work with. So the initial plan is absolutely to work through the networks that we already know and have already discussed the need and desire for practical, relevant, applied learning.
Thank you.
Do you intend to largely serve international students, or are you looking for students in Florida?
So we intend to primarily focus on the North American market, but we, again, certainly have an intention to be accessible. So for international students, we do intend to have them as part of the program, but the focus will certainly, we're based here in the US, and the focus will be on the US market.
I have another.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Are you seeking? What are you seeking accreditation for this program?
Where are we seeking accreditation?
Are you seeking accreditation, and if so, what entity?
Yes, that's a really great question. So, of course, we can't seek accreditation until this part of the process is formalised, but we've already met with a number of accrediting agencies, and in particular with the DEAC and with the president of the DEAC, and had conversations there, and they might be the most likely accrediting body, given that they focus on distance education. And the plan for all of our programs is to be fully online degrees.
Thank you.
Any other discussion, commissioners?
Just a quick comment. I see that the program delivery is marked as 100% online and asynchronous. Are you envisioning uploading videos and readings and items, and then just having assessments and students progress at their own pace, or are there opportunities for substantive interaction among students themselves, or between students and faculty? And If so, what does that look like? That's just first question. And then the second one is not so much a question, but just a comment. These seem like robust programs in their respective areas of interest. I would suggest that you consider adding some content regarding AI and business leadership, since that is a flourishing area, and you want to prepare students for the future, not just alignment with kind of staple figures in that sector. But I'm sure that you'll get appropriate feedback from your business stakeholders and your pipeline. So we'll come back to that first question about mode of delivery and opportunity for substantive interaction.
Fantastic. What absolutely great question. So let me start with the first question around synchronous versus asynchronous learning. So the way our sort of model and philosophy works is that formally, so technically and formally, the programs are designed to be asynchronous. So everything you need has digital case studies with all of these world leaders, library access, all of the materials that need to be read. So everything technically that you need can be done asynchronous, because we focus on students who are more mature, they're often working, they have families. So we want to ensure that the flexibility is there. So even though technically it's asynchronous, that doesn't mean there aren't many opportunities for synchronous learning. So we operate in environments where students have discussion forums, there's drop-in sessions, there's student support sessions, there's academic webinars and lectures, but they're not required to attend live. You can attend various things live, but you can also watch the recording after. So there's no mandatory participation. But that's different to the question around, is it sort of self-paced and students can just do it at their own pace? It's not self-paced in that sense. You still have an enrollment date, you have a planned graduation date, every class has a start date and an end date, there are assignments due at certain dates. We find that having too much flexibility is not a good thing, that it actually helps to have quite a bit of structure in place, but within that you have flexibility. So what I mean is you might have an assignment that's due 30th of November. Someone might want to study, on the weekend. Someone else might get up early and study early in the mornings during the week before work. There's flexibility there, but they still have to hand in their assignment on time. And in addition to those sessions, students will have the opportunity to speak to student support and academic staff on an unlimited basis. There's no kind of rules around you can only contact your academic once a month or something like that. The intention is that students have the support of support staff and academic staff as required. And on the second question, I mean, what a topical question and what an interesting area. So absolutely, we've been talking to many organizations about AI already and the future of AI and the impact of AI. Not so much from an engineering IT perspective, that's not really our focus, but the business strategy and implementation of AI. So that is absolutely something that we're having many conversations about. And I think there's an opportunity for us to create a leadership position in that space. And so that is definitely something that we will be looking at doing something in that space, certainly.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Hearing none, we'll take a motion to accept staff's recommendations for Kennedy University of Leadership.
So move.
Second.
We have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion to accept staff's recommendations is adopted. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next institution is Miami-Dade Health Institution, Lauderhill, number 9078. Staff recommendations have been provided. If you are here from that institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself.
There is no one present from the institution.
Okay, we have staff's recommendations before us. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, we'll take a motion to accept staff's recommendations.
I move.
Second.
We have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion is accepted the motion to accept staff's recommendations is adopted. Okay, the next school, number 4, is School of the Arts and Media Institute of Miami, Doral, number 12739. You have staff's recommendations, and if you are here from the institution, please raise your hand, unmute, and introduce yourself.
Hello, good morning. My name is Herman Posada, and I've been consulting with the institution in this process, and we're pleased to be here today.
Great, welcome. Okay, is there any commissioners, any discussion? I guess I'll just ask the question about marketing. How do you and who do you intend to market to? Who are you expecting to be your students, and how will you be attracting them?
So they already have an operation of, continuing education, informal education in this area. They've done some acting courses, and they are very well known in South Florida. They have created a database, and the reason for working with the commission and wanting to pursue degrees is because they want to make the next progression, and this is what their natural market is calling for. And so they have a very strong database. They have very good connections in South Florida, and so that's how they plan on starting. That's their first step.
And so there's because we're going to be looking for placement and how completions and placement of your students, and how will that work and what will that look like for, say, acting? Is there a robust connection and feedback loop on students that are getting the AS degree in professional acting, getting a job, and you getting feedback and information from that employer?
Absolutely. So one of the main reasons for wanting to start out very small in this institution is because they want to make sure that what they're doing is the right thing for students. And so they have already been talking to their network, and they have already been, looking at what the reception is, and it has been very well. So with the first small cohorts, what they want to make sure is that whoever is enrolled in these programs actually does have advancement. And so absolutely there will be continuous improvement and feedback loops, and hopefully they'll be very successful at it.
I guess I'm just wondering if your employers who hire your actors have been saying that the AS degree is a value add for an actor. That's, I guess, it's just unknown to me, honestly, to be truthful.
Yeah, good question.
Commissioners, any other discussion? Hearing none, we'll take a motion to accept staff's recommendations.
So moved.
Second.
We have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion to accept staff's recommendation is adopted. I would just be making sure that the school has that really deliberate tracking of your graduates to their placement, because that's what we're going to be looking for. And it's not easy in a traditional sense, and let alone being in a non-traditional field. So
absolutely. Thank you so much, and take the space to also thank the staff, Victor, and all the team in helping us achieve this.
That's great. Thank you. So the motion to accept staff's recommendation is adopted. Congratulations.
Thank
The
you very
next
much.
institution is University for Scientific Research, Miami, number 7849. Staff recommendations have been provided. If you are here from the institution, please raise your hand, unmute, and introduce yourself.
There is no one from the institution present.
Okay, do we have staff's recommendations? Commissioners, any discussion? Hearing none, we'll take a motion to accept staff's recommendations.
I so move.
Second.
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 We have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The motion to accept staff's recommendation is adopted. Okay, the next item C on the agenda is applications for annual licensure. Please note number 9 will be moved to the substantive change section. We will take the remaining 11 institutions individually. The first institution is Dominion Institute, Fort Myers, number 10325. Staff recommendations have been provided. If you're here from the institution, please raise your hand and unmute and introduce yourself.
Chair Coyne, one moment, please.
Sure.
Good morning. Can you guys hear me?
We can.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Jamila Etienne. I am the president of Dominion Institute. I'm proudly honored to be here this morning with you for revision of my annual license.
Okay, thank you for being here. Director Hurst, are we good? Are we holding? Or are we good?
You were good. We just had a connection issue with their microphone.
Oh, okay, sure. Commissioners, any discussion on Dominion Institute?
Good morning. I have a question in regards to this. So I see that the first class of students began in June. How's it going?
So far, so good. It did take us a long time after Hurricane Ian to get our provisional license. We get it November 29th. Take us time to marketing, and then we got our first class, and we continue teaching for the success of the student, and we continue to marketing and doing good things in the community. I did take advice from one of the commissioner to contact Lee Economic Development, so we do have good affiliation with career sources that really supporting the student financially, and a lot of institution, hospitals, and long-term care nursing facility that's associated with the school as well to help the student financially with tuition reimbursement. Then they hired them in the future. So it's been great. Thank you, guys.
And it looks like I'm reading 16 students are in school right now. Are all 3 programs operational? Students in each one?
We do have currently 12 students right now because when we did the report, we do have 16, but we have a couple students withdraw, some of them for medical, some of them is personal. But all 3 programs, the HHA program, we're currently marketing to enroll students. We had 1 graduate from the HHA program, and then the LPNs and the RN program will continue to teach the student and continue with marketing and recruiting.
So it's 12 students across all 3 programs?
12 students across both programs. So right now we currently have 4 LPNs and 8 RNs.
Okay. What's your marketing strategy? Curious.
As far as marketing strategy, we do social media. We marketing over hospitals and nursing skill facility. Like we said, we do have a lot of affiliation. There is a need. But again, when we received our license on November 29 last year, it takes time to marketing because we have to reopen our Facebook channel. We have to work with our website. We do digital marketing right now with the artificial intelligence. We use all possible. So getting student is not a problem for us. What we're trying to do is enroll the correct student that's going to be in the program and stay in the program to be successfully graduate, because our goal, the success of the student, is our main focus. So we do have a good support system as far as marketing to social media, and we do community marketing as well, church, and any day, if there's any health fair, we participate as well. So the community, people in the community know that we there as a new school and we can get a student.
And what are you using as an entrance exam to kind of test the students' readiness for your programs, LPN and RN?
In our catalog, we are using the T's. That's what we're using. And then there's a benchmark for the student to meet the score. If they pass the T's, then we get them enrolled.
And you're continuing to monitor that to see if that score is in fact, that the student that's meeting that score is being successful, because that's a good indicator.
Yes,
because we want you to be successful, right? We want your students to be able to go through, and being a small school, it's important that you have every student gets through, because, and even when they have life conditions, like you said, you had 4 that, had medical or personal reasons, but those things, because you're a small school, will take a big impact on your data.
Absolutely, we understand that. And there's cases that are inevitable, like someone with a blood clot in their head and the doctor say no school. It's so unfortunate. We have a case like this. But we do make sure that they pass the T's, and we're making sure as well during the program, we provide tutoring for them, any support that we can give to the students so they can remain successful. And we do understand, as a small school, we're trying to extend ourselves by doing marketing and get more students as well.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yes.
Any other questions, commissioners? I didn't want to cut anybody off. Hearing none, we'll take a motion to accept staff's recommendations for Dominion Institute annual license application.
So moved.
Second.
We have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
The motion to accept staff recommendation is adopted. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next institution is
Coyne.
Fortis College, Cutler Bay, number 4423. Staff recommendations have been provided. If you are here from that institution, please raise your hand, unmute, and introduce yourself.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Nikki Good. I am the Regional Vice President for Cutler Bay. Unfortunately, the President isn't able to attend. Her mother had a medical emergency. She's actually at the hospital with her. And I do have another member from our financial department on the line.
Hi, I'm Jason Mika. I'm the Vice President of Financial Planning and Analysis for the parent company representing Fortis.
Great. Thank you for being here. Commissioners, any discussion? I know we have there's a request for a financial improvement plan. Wanted to know how that is going.
The campus is having a pretty good year so far.
And measured how?
In our financial outcomes, you need to discuss about a financial improvement plan.
Well, I mean, you said the campus is having a good year. Does that mean that your enrollment is up? Is that?
Enrollments are good, but from a financial, when you asked about a financial improvement plan, this campus has been profitable for quite some time. There was an error in the original packet. The wrong 604 form was submitted. I believe they were making a correction there.
Okay, so we're showing a negative net income.
I'll let Jason speak to that, but that is the OPID, it's not the campus.
Yeah, the OPID had a negative net income for the year. The EBITDA is positive, and there's some gap treatments where from an intercompany standpoint, we have to allocate out the corporate office expenses. The campus itself, from an operation standpoint, is profitable, but there's, I believe the year was $1 million or so negative net income, of which $1.7 million was corporate allocations. So from an EBITDA and cash flow standpoint, it's positive. We still maintain positive equity for the group, and current ratios are above 1.
Okay, can you tell us a little bit about the parent company?
In what sense?
Just who is the parent company for Fortis Institute? I know you have.
Yeah, it's Education Affiliates is the parent company. We're based here in Maryland, and we've got 38 campuses that across the country.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Any other discussion?
Chair, I have one more item. Nikki, nice job on the PN pass rates. Those are looking really great. So nice job there for you and your team. The associate program is slipping a little bit and declined again in third quarter. Just wanted to know how are you feeling on for the rest of the year for your AS program in nursing?
Absolutely. So there's been a couple of changes that we've made. One, we had some integrity issues with the HESI exit exam students at our capstone, and we switched to the ATI. Much better feedback from the students this last term. Also from our faculty in using that, and we did not have the integrity issues we've seen in the past. In addition, we've added a coaching plan to this campus that we've modified slightly because we've noticed some of the issues as opposed to where we've seen our other campuses go. So we have an off-campus. They're actually a corporate employee that works just this campus. She's been our most successful coach. She works with our students. She's actually introduced to them in their last term. She will Zoom into the class. The teacher is very well aware of her. She speaks with the students. She does individual coaching with them. We found that 100% of our students that are engaged with our coach, especially this coach, she has the most engagement as well as the best pass rate. So 100% that are engaging with her have passed. Those that we've seen the failures are the ones that are not engaging with her or worked with a different coach. So we've modified that. This last group that just graduated in October is our best engagement. We only have 2 students that have not engaged, and we're working with them individually on campus to get them engaged. Whereas before, we only saw about a 50-60% engagement, and then those results followed in suit. So we're very encouraged in the fact that the engagement is happening, the partnership between the campus and the coach, and that this one particular coach is dedicated to just this campus.
Great to hear that those changes you've made and updates. Thank you.
You're welcome. Absolutely. We
Have
all
you
want
considered
successful graduates.
having that coach train the other coaches? She sounds pretty impressive.
She's pretty impressive, but the other coaches have had a lot of success. So for those of us in Florida, Miami can be a unique market compared to maybe Central or North Florida, where we have our 3 other campuses. So while we've seen a lot of success with these coaches and other campuses, even outside of Florida, this one particular coach just seems to be more successful in this campus. So be it. We'll make that happen for them.
Yeah. Thank you. Any other discussion? Hearing none, is there a motion to accept the staff's recommendation?
So moved.
Second.
We have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The motion to accept staff's recommendation is adopted. Congrats.
Thank you so much.
The next institution is Fortis Institute, Port St. Lucie, number 3024. Staff recommendations have been provided. If you are here from the institution, please raise your hand, unmute and introduce yourself.
Chair, it's likely the same team that was on this last location.
I'm still here, Nikki Good, Regional Vice President. Also on the line, you heard Jason Mika, he should be on.
Okay.
And then we have the president from our
Hi,
president.
this is Julia Dennison. I'm the campus president.
Okay, thank you.
And
Any
yes, I'm still.
questions? Commissioners? No questions? Hearing no discussion, we'll call the vote. We'll take a motion, I'm sorry, to accept staff's recommendations on Fortis Institute.
So moved.
We have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, the motion to accept staff's recommendation is adopted.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
The
Chair
next
Coyne,
school is International
may I interrupt?
Institute of Orthotics and Prosthetics, Tampa, number 6040. You have staff's recommendations. If you are here from the school, please raise your hand, unmute, and introduce yourself. We can't see if there's anybody from the school.
Good morning.
Oh, there you go.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Dr. Mahmoud Bashir, Radix Institute, Plantation.
Plantation?
Can you hear me? Yes.
We can.
License number 10333.
Oh, we're calling number 6040, International Institute of Orthotics and Prosthetics, Tampa.
Okay, I'm so sorry. I thought this
That's
might.
okay.
Okay. I'm gonna mute myself again, but I'm
We'll look forward to talking to you soon. Team, is there anyone can tell us if International Institute of Orthotics and Prosthetics is here?
There is no representative on the phone.
Okay, commissioners, any discussion? Hearing none, we have staff's recommendations. Do we have a motion to accept staff's recommendations for this school?
So moved.
Oh, we have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
No.
Hearing none, the motion to accept staff's recommendation is adopted. The next school is La Esperanza Educational Services, Inc., Hialeah, number 3814. We have staff's recommendations. If you're here from the school, please raise your hand and introduce yourself.
Hi, good morning. My name is Maida Perez Pupo. I am president of La Esperanza Educational Services.
Welcome. Commissioners, any discussion? I guess I'll take Commissioner Taylor Ellis's question and say, how's it going? How's it going with your programs? How are you feeling about it as you're progressing?
Oh, I'm doing well. The programs are well. The only problem that we have in financial soundness was in 2021, but from last year, 2022, and this year, we are doing very well.
And your enrollments are hanging?
At this time, I have 150 students enrolled in the programs.
That's great. What's your most popular program?
Home health aid is the most popular.
That's interesting. Yeah. And where are they getting jobs?
Please repeat again.
Where are your home health aid students getting work?
Yes, we have many agencies that have place for many of my students because we have here in Miami a very good reputation with our graduates doing the job. And many agencies come to the graduation day and enroll immediately our students after graduation.
Any other questions, comments, commissioners? Hearing none, we'll take a motion to accept staff's recommendations.
So moved.
We have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion to accept staff's recommendation is adopted. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Great. The next school is Orlando Health Sciences University in Celebration, number 10184. If we have staff's recommendations, if you are here from that school, please raise your hand and introduce yourself.
Hello, Chris Giorgetti, Ferguson, Santoro, and Giorgetti, educational consultants here with the institution.
This is Dr. Robert Hasty. I'm the Dean and the Chief Academic Officer for the Orlando College of Osteopathic Medicine, or OCOM, part of Orlando Health Sciences University.
And I'm Dr. Daniel Newholler, DO, President and CEO.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Welcome. Good morning. Any discussion, Commissioners?
Yes, I do. Good morning. I'm looking through the info and I can't find it, so help me out with this. How many students do you have enrolled right now in school?
So, Commissioner Taylor Ellis, thank you for the question. The institution, and I don't know that the commissioners remember this from last November's extension of provisional. These schools, and I don't know how many of you have ever dealt with one of these schools. These schools take years to begin, and Mr. Ferguson, it was his last meeting, made that comment to the commissioners that these schools take years and years to get up and running because they have to acquire the pre-accreditation from the accreditor, sit through that candidacy process, put a $50 million escrow into an account and let it sit there. So it takes almost 4 years to get these schools open. So they are not set up like our normal for-profit institutions that we're all used to seeing. So right now there are 0 students in the school. However, they have begun the enrollment process and have enrolled students for their first cohort. So I hope that can just give you some backdrop on the institution.
And
Thank
how many
you.
is that? Sorry.
Go ahead. That's what I was going to ask.
Should have let you ask it. Sorry.
Can you say that again? I'm sorry that it conflicted.
So how many students is that you have that you're?
Dr. Hasty, do you want to answer the enrollment? I know that the application process has all begun, and I know you've taken a few enrollments, but I don't know exactly the number.
Excellent question. So we're on our process to enroll 97 students for our inaugural class. We've currently accepted 94 as of last Thursday. I don't know exactly how many enrollment agreements that we currently have, but I do know that we have several.
Gotcha. Well, that's a pretty good number.
Yeah, the waiting list is not a problem. They're going to fill that first class without a doubt. There's a $210 million facility sitting here in Orlando waiting for them.
Wow. Any other questions, commissioners? Hearing none, we'll take we'll take a motion to accept staff's recommendations to grant the annual license, which will remain active and valid through November 30, 2024 with all the contingencies being met.
So moved.
We have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion to accept staff's recommendation is adopted. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Very good. The next school is Radix Institute Plantation, number 10333. This is our friend who spoke up before, I believe.
Good morning again. This is
Good
Dr.
morning.
Maha Bashir. I'm back.
Go ahead. Can
Thank
you
you
state
so
your
much
name
for
for
having the
record?
opportunity to have me see you.
And I'm sorry, can you state your name?
Dr. Maha Mubashir, Radix Institute, Plantation, Florida.
Perfect. Very good. Thank you for being here. Commissioners, any questions?
Chair, I do have one. What is your current enrollment in the programs? Showing
The
zero.
current enrollment, we are processed to get students to the new school year. I didn't have anybody enrolled yet until I take the annual license. This is a transition between the provisional license and the annual license. I just want to guarantee before I enroll the student. We have 15 students online. So once I get the approval, I will go ahead and enroll them. I'm working with Mr. Christopher DiZavlo, and he's helping me with all the process.
Do you have, who are the employers that you're working with that are helping to build the curriculum, but also to take your graduates?
Okay, I have a small staff. We're working together right now. Dr. Asma Absteta, she's an instructor. I do the instructor with her too. Dr. Muhammad Qahtani is our liaison and recruiting. I have a company that we have a contract with. They recruit students for us for the science department and university. We have a connection with the pharmaceutical industry that we have a kind of agreement with them to send their employee for this program as well.
It's just an interesting program title. So what is the actual job that someone will do with this certificate? What's
This
their
is
job
a regulatory
title?
affair. Students, they graduate and working for the either quality insurance or filing the digital file or actual file with the pharmaceutical company to the FDA. And they are like the interface between the pharmaceutical industry, clinical trial. After all this, we are responsible to file the medical devices or pharmaceutical drugs for the FDA seeking the approval for this file.
Interesting.
So our students are responsible for having this file together, making sure that everything it's between the science team, the quality insurance, the regulatory, and complying with the authority requirement in the FDA and seeking the approval for this medical device or drugs or supplements or whatever have the opportunity to have the file filed.
Interesting. Thank you.
I know it's very specific and it's very,
It is very
unique,
specialized. Yeah, sure. That's really an interesting niche. Yeah.
Yes, yes.
Any other
It's
comments or
growing
questions?
amazingly after, especially after COVID.
Yeah. Hearing no other discussion, is there a motion to accept staff's recommendation on Radix Institute?
So moved.
Second.
We have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion to accept staff's recommendation is adopted. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Number 8 is St. Colby University, Weston, number 6006. You have staff's recommendations. If you're here from the institution, please raise your hand and introduce yourself.
Good morning, Commissioners. This is Monica Coronel. I am the Vice President of Operations at St. Colby University, and I am here with Dr. Maria Emilia Gambusa, our Academic Director. We are happy to be here.
Thank you for being here. Commissioners, any discussion?
Good morning, I do. This is Sharon, Commissioner Taylor Ellis. Will you give us an update on your student enrollment?
Of course, we have 19 students at the moment.
And which programs, if I'm looking at the information, I'm not even going to count how many there are, but there are quite a few. Which programs are operational with 19 students?
Is the MBA program.
Okay. And the other programs, have they been launched or are they still on hold right now waiting for enrollment? What are the progress of these other college credit certificates and or the other master's programs?
We have, since we opened the university in 2019, we have had other students in the executive MBA program and also different graduate certificates.
So all of these programs are active and launched, all and the supply chain.
All these programs are active, yes. I mean, in the sense that we are promoting them, yes.
Can you explain the structure for me? Do your college credit certificates, are they embedded within the parent degree? Are they like, can you earn those college credit certificates on your way to the degree?
Our master's degrees are built on stackable certificates.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
That's helpful.
And I'll tag team on this as we're all looking at the info. Do you have any graduates from the MBA program and placements at this time, or is that still pending?
We do not have graduates of the MBA program yet. We started the program in July 3rd of this year.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments, commissioners? Hearing none, we'll take a motion to accept staff's recommendations for St. Colby University.
So move.
Second.
We have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion to accept staff's recommendation is adopted.
Thank you very much.
Number 9 has moved to sub-change. Number 10, Southern Technical College, Orlando, number 2476. The next, but we also have Auburndale, number 3470, Brandon, number 4253, and Sanford, 3841. Staff recommendations have been provided. If you are here from the institution, please raise your hand and introduce yourself for Southern Technical College.
Good morning, Sarah Cruz Mendoza, Compliance Manager for Southern Technical College.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here.
Kyle
Commissioners,
Weber, Director of Accreditation and Compliance.
I'm sorry, I talked over you. Can you repeat your name?
Sure. Kyle Weber, Director of Accreditation and Compliance.
Super, thank you. Commissioners, any discussion? I appreciate that you all are trying very diligently to align all of your campuses into the same cycle and process. You know, I know I'm sure that's not been easy, but it seems to make sense to do it this way. I think from an internal perspective, it certainly would.
Thank you.
Commissioners, any discussion? Hearing none, we'll take a motion to accept staff's recommendations for Southern Technical College and all of its locations, A through C.
So move.
Second.
We have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion to accept staff's recommendation is approved. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Next we have, I think Stand by, I lost my place real quick. The next institution is Southern Technical College, Tampa. Did we just do that one? No, I'm confused.
We're on number 11.
I'm
Southern
sorry.
Technical
Okay, number
College,
11.
Port Charlotte.
All right. Okay. Southern Technical College, Port Charlotte, number 4003. You have staff's recommendations before you. If you're here from the institution, please raise your digital hand and introduce yourself. Same? Are you guys the same group?
Yes.
Okay. Commissioners, any discussions? No, hearing none, we'll take a motion to accept staff's recommendations for Southern Technical College, Port Charlotte 4003.
So moved.
Second.
We have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion to accept staff's recommendation is adopted. The next institution is Southern Technical College, Tampa, number 2274. Staff recommendations have been provided, and we have heard that the school is present. Commissioners, any discussion? Hearing none, I'll take a motion to accept staff's recommendations for Southern Technical College, Tampa, number 2274.
So move.
Second.
We have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Item, are we good to keep going? We're on a roll. Do you want to keep going? We've only really been at this for an hour. So I'm going to keep going unless somebody waves their hand and says they need a break. Okay. Item D on the agenda is applications for extension of annual license. There is one item in this section. The institution is American University of the Caribbean School of Medicine, Miramar, number 2808. Staff recommendations have been provided. Is there any discussion?
Chair Coyne, there is a representative on the line.
Oh, okay. It wasn't noted here, so I just didn't know if that was like not what we would normally say. Welcome.
Good morning. This is Bob Harris, representing American University of the Caribbean School of Medicine.
Oh, hi, Mr. Harris. How are you?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. How are you?
Good. Commissioners, any discussion?
How many students do you currently have at the institution?
According to the summary sheet that's been provided to you by staff, it's 322 clerkships in students who are in clerkships in Florida.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. And Madam Chair, can I make one technical, what I think maybe staff can correct me, but maybe a technical correction in the staff recommendation?
Sure.
It says order the institution to make timely and sufficient application for annual license. Of course, that's application for renewal of annual license. I just want to make sure that's clear, but I appreciate it.
And that's the very last contingency. Executive Director Hurst, do you want to reply to that?
That is our customary language, so that will be recognized as a renewal for annual license, but the language is our customary language.
Yes, ma'am,
Okay.
I thought it was. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, any other discussion? Hearing none, we'll take a motion to accept staff's recommendations.
So move.
Second.
We have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes.
Thank you very much.
And thank you. The item E is applications for annual renewal. There are 10 items in this section. Is there a motion to consider these applications by consent?
So
So
moved.
move.
We have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion to take this section by consent passes. I will now ask each commissioner whether there are any items they would like to pull. Commissioner Cross.
Give me a moment, please.
Sure.
I don't have any.
Okay, Commissioner Marty.
What about 5?
Okay, number 5. Commissioner Stefano.
Number 2.
Okay. Commissioner Taylor Ellis.
No others.
Commissioner Whitaker.
I would like to add number 7 as well.
Okay.
Thank you.
Commissioner Williams.
No, ma'am.
And I do not have any. Director Hurst, does the staff wish to recommend pulling any others?
No additional.
Okay, so are there representatives from the schools or any members of the public who would like to comment on any schools not pulled? Not pulled. That would be numbers 1 through 4. No, sorry. 1, 3, 4, 6, 8 through 10.
There are no representatives on the line.
Okay. So is there a motion to accept staff's recommendations on items 1, 3 through 4, 6, 8, 9, and 10?
So move.
Second.
We have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes and staff's recommendations are accepted for those institutions. Now we'll move to those that have been pulled. The first one in order is number 2. I'm going to be terrible at pronouncing the name of this school. Cham Yokov Shlomo College of Jewish Studies, Surfside, number 3271. We have staff's recommendations. If you are here from that school and you would like to unmute yourself and introduce yourself, we'd happy to welcome you.
There are no representatives on the line.
Okay. I'm sorry, I don't recall who pulled number 2. Which one of the commissioners?
Commissioner Stefano.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Stefano. You want to talk about the school?
No, I was going to ask for some clarifications from the school, but since no one is present, I think we can proceed with the information that has been given to us.
Yeah, I had some questions too. I was curious. Maybe we had the same question about why they weren't using a religious exemption.
That's exactly right. And then as a follow-up to that, just some context for us understanding the placement rate.
Yeah. Agreed. But without them being present.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're good to proceed with that, and we'll move on to the next. Oh, so we do have to take. So if there's no other discussion, we have a motion to accept staff's recommendations for school number 2,
Madam Chair?
number 3271. Oh,
I was just going to offer one comment. It appears that not all of the programs of this institution contain a religious modifier. For example, they have courses in Hebrew, and they have degree programs in Hebrew, and those Hebrew degree programs don't have a religious modifier. I give that as an example. So for that reason alone, for instance, the school would not qualify for the religious exemption.
okay, thank you. So we need a motion to accept staff's recommendations.
So move.
Second.
We have a first and a second. All of those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The motion to accept staff's recommendation passes, and we now move on to school number 5, which is HCI College West Palm Beach, number 2077. And you have staff's recommendations before you. If you are here from that institution, please introduce yourself.
Good morning. This is Celeste Blackwell with HCI College. I am the Chief Academic Officer. Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning. Thank you for being here.
Of course.
Commissioners, discussion?
Yeah. What is the situation with the accreditors at this point?
What is the situation with our accreditors? We are
Yes.
currently accredited through ACCSC. We had a successful visit with one citation in August of 2022. They recommended reaccreditation. Our renewal was deferred until February of 2024. We do expect to receive a full grant of accreditation.
And so are there corrective actions that you're taking? Like what, well, maybe those are the wrong words, but what are you doing? Is there specific things that you're doing on the EMT? Was that the area that you were cited on, or?
So yes, so our EMT and our EMT, we don't have any students enrolled currently in our paramedic program. Our last graduate will be, our students will be graduated as of December 16th. So we are teaching out that program.
Okay. Okay.
In regards to ASIN, we are currently in candidacy at the West Palm Beach campus.
Any other discussion? Hearing none, we have a staff's recommendation to accept, we have a motion. Do we have a motion? Sorry, to accept staff's recommendations for HCI College West Palm Beach number 2077.
So move.
Second.
We have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Oh. Hearing none, the motion passes to accept staff's recommendation.
Thank
Very
you,
good.
Commissioners.
And now we move to number 7, Key West University, Jacksonville, number 5988. You have staff's recommendations before you. If you are here from that school and you would like to be recognized, please unmute and introduce yourself.
Hello. Hello, Commissioners. My name is Dr. Zabellin. I'm president of Key West University. Good morning.
Good morning. Commissioners, any discussion? Commissioner Whitaker?
Yes, I would just like to hear about the enrollment. I'm only showing one student currently enrolled.
No, that's not correct. At the moment, we have 61 students, and we have another 20 students that are joining us this October. Majority of our students international. We have one Florida student, and that's why that's what's number is showing. We're working towards accreditation at DEAC, and we believe once we get that accreditation, we'll have more Florida-based students.
Okay, so you have one Florida-based and how many international?
60.
60, okay.
And I guess I'd like to ask staff to give us kind of like the high level. So what does that look like for if there's one in Florida and we're calling it a university? Is there a challenge there with the university name, university noun, instead of the college? Like what's the rule, or how do we determine whether that's an allowable usage of the word university?
So per the Florida Administrative Code, the institution may use the term university in its name and if it offers, as the majority of its total offerings and student enrollments, a range of undergraduate degree programs and multiple graduate degree programs. So with his Florida students and his international, he may qualify for the term to use university, but we will need him to provide an explanation since our records show the one student because we're collecting records or information on Florida students.
We currently have 5 programs, and the most popular is doctorate program. All of our programs have students in it. We have Bachelor of Management, Bachelor of Economics, a Bachelor of Legal Studies, MBA, and doctorate program.
And your most popular is the DBA?
That's correct. At the moment, we have 23 students in our DBA program.
Chair, may I ask one more question?
Sure.
This one student, the Florida-based student, what program are they enrolled?
Doctorate program.
Doctor. Thank you.
Sure. Any other questions? Comments? Hearing no further discussion, we'll take a motion to accept staff's recommendations for Key West University.
So move.
Second.
We have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion to accept staff's recommendation passes. There you
Thank
go.
you.
Thank you.
Chair Coyne.
Yes.
Before we move to the next section, we do have a representative from Section B, one of the institutions, which was 5, University for Scientific Research, that was not able to unmute himself and would like to address the commission. If it is the commission and the chair's desire, we can make a motion to reconsider that item and allow the institution to be heard.
All right, let me find it.
It is Section B, and it is item number 5, University for Scientific Research.
Okay.
Yeah, hello. Do you hear me?
One second, sir.
Just give us one more second for just the correct procedure. Just give me one more second. So commissioners, is that the will and interest of the group to reconsider the Section B, which is, I gotta remember the right name for that.
So-
Application for provisional licensure for a school number 5, University of Scientific Research, Miami, number 7849.
So we're
Commissioners?
clear, Madam Chair. So
Yeah.
I believe you want to place a motion to reconsider before the commission and see if there's a first and a second.
Okay. Commissioners, is there a motion to reconsider school number 7849?
So move.
Okay, well, thank
Well,
you
wait,
very
sorry,
much.
we're still not done. We have a first, almost. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So the motion to.
Is there any opposed?
reconsider- Any opposed? Sorry. Hearing none, the motion to reconsider University of Scientific Research, Miami, number 7849, it is approved. So now, sir, we would like to welcome you and please introduce yourself.
So do you hear me?
Yes, now we can.
Okay, well, first, thank you very much for letting me get back to you. There was problem with me with how to interact with you, so I'm very sorry for that. Well,
No
my
worries.
name is Jose Puig. I am a doctor in pedagogical sciences, and I am representing University for Scientific Research. Once again, it's a great pleasure talking to you. I would like to tell you that the intention of the institution is for master and doctorate programs, being online and in the campus. There is something I would like to say. It is considering the summary sheet. It says in the staff recommendation in aspect number 1, failure to provide enrollment agreement. I would like to say in this respect that in September 7, 2022, I sent to Christopher De Salvo that information regarding all aspects included in that number 1. And second, number 2, failure to provide catalog. So in that same day, September 7, 2022, I sent catalog and academic calendar updated as all the conditions that were set in the email. Also, I sent 8 other documents updating the information of the institution. I mean, office, fire, well, 8 documents referring to all the points that were considered. And since that time, I haven't been contacted again just to update that information. That's the last information. So I don't know the reason it says failure to provide, because I already sent that information on that day. And also in September 15, and let me check, and I'm not so sure, I don't have here the paper, but at the end of September, I also sent September 16. I also sent all that information again because I received an email from Christopher De Salvo saying to resend that information. That's what I wanted to say. Very sorry for all this.
Yeah,
and
thank
you very
yes,
much.
Thank you. I'd like to ask staff for some clarification then, because what I think I'm understanding is that it's just been very confusing, right? It's been getting information in bits and pieces, not having things, not understanding if it's a replacement or it's a duplicate. But I'd like to have staff explain their recommendations a little bit better.
We'll be happy to. So in regards to both of the failure to provide an enrollment agreement and the failure to provide a catalog, it's not the failure to provide them at all. It is failure to provide an enrollment agreement that is in compliance with the rule. So while we did receive the enrollment agreement and the catalog, they still do not meet rule requirements. And that is the A through H. That is for number 1, regarding your enrollment agreement. Those are the items that it is missing. And number 2, for your catalog, the A through I, those are the information or the items that the catalog is missing.
Does that provide you with some clarification, sir? Because it's not just that they didn't have anything, it's that we're not finding the submission to have met its obligation of compliance with rule.
Well, really, I followed all the information I was set to send according to the email I've received. So I'm very sorry that I sent what I was recommended to send. I have the email where it says everything.
And Director Hurst, would there then be subsequent emails stating that what he has submitted has not met the has not been in compliance with rule?
So I can say that if you are pleased with letting me making a list of what it is said I need to send again, I can do it today or tomorrow. It doesn't matter to me. So I can do it as soon as they say. I have all the information in front of me. It is my institution for about 3 years being in this process. so I know all the information.
Director Hurst or council, what are our, I mean, so if we're finding that we're denying the application for provisional, and he's saying because it's missing all of these elements, and that didn't even discuss the audit accounting principles question. But what is the recourse here? If we deny this application for provisional license, and then what happens for him if he wants to then correct all these items? What is his recourse, or what's the right path here?
If the commission elects to deny the application, his recourse is to submit a new application and to restart this process. In the alternative, I am advised that the institution has already waived its 90 days for a disposition at a commission meeting, almost a year ago? Almost a year ago. The commission does have the discretion, under statute and rule, to defer a vote on this school to the next meeting and to give the institution yet another shot to comply and to take up the application again later.
And so we have that the application was, so this now for commissioners, that's our consideration. Do we still just stick with our original vote, which was to deny the application for provisional license based on all of the things that are before us? Or do we want to defer this for another meeting to allow the school to give them another chance? Because we have that the application started in 2020. In March of 2022, they weren't present to answer questions. And then in May of 2022, the school attended, and the commission had a lot of questions, again, about the enrollment agreement, not in compliance with rule. And now here we are in November of 2023 with still an incomplete application for provisional licensure. So I'm kind of looking to the other commissioners for discussion about what you would like to do or consider.
Chair, I'd go back to supporting our staff recommendation to deny the application. This has been an ongoing procedure since 2020, and where it sounds like the school wasn't present at a meeting and waived their 90 days. And last year, according to council, I think we just start over and have them resubmit a new application. That's my suggestion.
Okay, any others? Any other thoughts?
I agree with Commissioner Cross.
I do as well. I think that the process exhibits or kind of warrants a lack of confidence in the ability to improve this sufficiently as to reach a level of confidence in its ability to execute its proposed programs effectively.
Okay, thank you. Any other thoughts? Are we ready to make do we have a motion to then accept staff's recommendations to deny the application for provisional license?
So moved.
Second.
We have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries. Thank you, sir, for speaking up. And, I think that I think that Commissioner Stefano said it well, saying that, we need to build back the confidence that this is going to be a viable application. Okay, so then that takes us to section F, I believe, and you'll all keep me honest here. So item F on the agenda is applications for license by means of accreditation. There's one item in this section, Cambridge College of Healthcare and Technology, Altamont Springs, number 2453. We have staff recommendations have been provided. Is there anyone here from that school? And is there any discussion by the commissioners?
The school is on the line, but appears to be muted.
Okay.
Good morning. This is
Morning.
Gabriel Garces, Regional Campus President for the Cambridge Altamont Springs campus.
Good morning. Commissioners, any questions?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, good morning. Sorry. This is Julie Orloff, Vice President of Regulatory Compliance for Cambridge College of Healthcare and Technology. Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning. Commissioners, any discussion? Hearing none, we'll take a recommendation to accept, we'll take a motion to accept staff's recommendations.
So move.
Second.
We have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion to accept staff's recommendation is adopted. Thank you.
Thank you very
the
much.
next- Oh, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. Have a great day.
You too. Item G on the agenda is annual review of license by means of accreditation. There are 9 items in this section. As a note, Commissioner Cross and Commissioner Sharon Taylor Ellis have affiliated schools in this section and will need to abstain from voting on this section. Is there a motion to consider these applications by consent?
So move.
Second.
We have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries to take these items by consent. I will now ask each commissioner if there is any that they would like to pull. There are 9 items.
Madam Chair, if I may, for the record, each commissioner who is affiliated with an institution in this section should state for the record which institution they are affiliated with.
And we should do that now?
Yes,
Yes?
I think that would be
Okay.
nice.
Commissioners?
I'm affiliated with Herzing University, Winter Park, and Tampa. So item 6 and 6A.
That is Commissioner Cross, item 6 and 6A.
And Commissioner Sharon Taylor Ellis had to step out for a moment, but she is affiliated with Universal Technical Institute Orlando, which is number 1984, which is item number 9.
Okay. Okay. Okay, so now we're going to go to taking any items that would like to be pulled. Commissioner Cross, do you have any items that you would like to pull?
None.
Commissioner Marty?
No.
Commissioner Stefano?
None.
Commissioner Whitaker?
I do not.
Commissioner Williams? Director Hurst, does the staff wish to recommend pulling any?
No.
And I do not have any to pull as well. So those, I don't okay, there we go. Is there a motion to accept staff's recommendations on items 1 through 9?
So move.
We have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Nope.
Hearing none, the motion passes to accept items 1 through 9. With the abstention of Commissioner Cross and Commissioner Taylor Ellis on their 2 indicated schools. Okay. Item H on the agenda is applications for program approvals and modifications. There are 2 items in the section. Is there a motion to consider these applications by consent?
So move.
Second.
We have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion to take the section by consent is approved. I will now see if there are any that the commissioners would like to pull. Commissioner Cross,
None.
Commissioner Marty. Where'd she go? She's Commissioner Stefano,
None.
Commissioner Taylor Ellis, Commissioner Whitaker,
I do not.
Commissioner Williams,
No, ma'am.
Director Hurst. Does the staff have any?
No.
And I do not have any either. So therefore, is there a motion to accept staff's recommendation on items 1 and 2?
So move.
Second.
We have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes to accept staff's recommendations. Oh, I jumped ahead. Okay. Item I on the agenda is motion for extension of licensure. There are no items in this section. Item J on the agenda is extension of time to comply with contingencies. There are no items in this section. Item K on the agenda is substantive change approval. Item 1 has requested the removal of their institution from the November agenda and has waived their 90-day rights. Therefore, number 1 will not be considered. We will take the remaining 12 institutions individually. Does anyone want to take a break before we go into these 12?
Yes,
Yes?
please.
Okay, that sounds great. We'll take a 10-minute recess. Is that enough time?
That works.
Yes.
We'll reconvene at 5 till.
Okay. Sounds
Thank
good.
you.
Good morning, Commissioners. We are back together for the remainder of the meeting.
Okay, great. So we have everyone here. We will start item K on the agenda, substantive change approval. Item 1 has requested the removal of their institution from the November agenda and has waived their 90-day rights. Therefore, number 1 will not be considered. We will take the remaining 12 institutions individually. The first one then is number 2, Medical University of the Americas, Orlando, number 5050. You have staff recommendations that have been provided. If you are here from the institution, please raise your hand and introduce yourself.
Good morning. This is Bob Harris on behalf of Medical University of the Americas.
Hello, Mr. Harris.
Good morning.
Okay. Any discussion, commissioners? We have the staff's recommendations.
Yeah, I'd like to make a comment if I could.
Sure.
And I'm not sure, Mr. Donnellan, is he on? Okay. Haven't heard him. This institution, along with items number 7 and 11, are all owned by the same entity and are all being recommended for the same thing for the very same reason. So I'll talk to you about basically all 3 of these at the same time. This is a foreign medical school with clinical clerkships in the state of Florida. They've been around for many, many, many years, but their situation is like many schools, and that is because of increased competition and primarily because of COVID, the numbers have gone down. In particular, with medical universities of the Americas, they're down about 30 students from their typical enrollment, and that's caused the issue. And they have cut positions, or in the process of cutting a number of positions to try to, like any other business would do, to try to bring themselves back to a profitable level. So they will be doing that. So I certainly understand the recommendation, but considering the nature of who these people are, they're basically, again, they have clinical clerkships, but their operations are outside the U.S., but they have clinical clerkships here in Florida. So I would like to ask that if, in fact, at the close of their fiscal year, if they're able to provide additional information which shows they do not have a financial soundness situation, I would like the executive director to have the ability to return the institution to annual licensure status, if that's possible. If they're able to do that, I would like that. And the other reason is because this institution, again, has been around for many, many years. These are all 3 of these are very well established in the world of foreign medical education. There's established institution, but the bottom line is not going anywhere. And so for some of the students rely on them. But that's just my request, is if they're able to show something that indicates that they're not having this situation, that they be allowed to, during the next year, to be returned to annual status. Madam Chair, that's all the comments I have, and thank you for your time.
And so, I'm saying that the recommendation is to grant the annual license for procedural purposes and find some change has occurred and extend the provisional license through November of next year. And you're saying, Mr. Harris, that you would actually like an added contingency or that gives the executive director authority to return the school to remove them from provisional licensure if, in fact, the school demonstrates financial soundness by the end of December 2023?
I don't have in front of me what their fiscal year is. I'm looking for it now, but again, at any time between now and November 30th, 2024, if they're able to provide them. Again, it's the burden.
I think. Let me ask. Thank you for that clarity. So, Executive Director Hurst, or how do you feel about that? Have we done that in the past, or do they just come back for review, to come back once they, they're on a financial improvement plan? As we monitor the financial improvement plan, what is the process that a school then gets moved back to off of provisional?
So the normal process when an institution has been found to have a financial soundness issue, we do have them use the provisional through a full year because that gives them an opportunity to enhance their finances and then return after their next fiscal year. The language that Mr. Harris is referring to is found in other items, such as if an institution has a nursing program on probation and they're removed from probation prior to that November 30th, then the executive director is given the authority to allow the institution to return to annual licensure. So it is our typical process for financial soundness to have the institution remain on provisional for the full year, but it is up to the discretion of the commission if they would like to add that clause. To return them to annual license, we would need an audited statement that would allow us to review it and ensure that their finances demonstrate sufficient resources, and then return them to annual license.
What is the implication for the school to, like, what is it? How is it going to impact them to not, to just leave it as it is and that they extend the provisional license through November 30, 2024 based on the financial soundness issues? They're going to be working towards improvement on the financial improvement plan. They're going to, if it happens, if they get more enrollments and they improve their financial situation, that's fine if it happens sooner, but what is the impact to the school or the students by having them be on a provisional license through November 30, 2024?
Yeah, the only concern is like any other institution, is from an accreditation point of view, they're going to be up. I think this one particularly is going to be up in February 2024 and so forth. That's when the entity accredits them meets again. So it's another question that the creditors could ask. And again, they've got $30 million in net equity. So this is not a small operation. And it's just a question of will impact accreditation as well. And then it becomes kind of a rolling, snowball if that happens. So again,
but I don't see, unless anything changes between now and February, you're still going to have to do that. You're going to have to answer that anyways, just for, I guess I'll put it to the other commissioners. How do you all feel about it? What's your thoughts on accepting the recommendation as staff has submitted it, or entertaining Mr. Harris's suggestion to grant the executive director authority with an audited statement to remove them from provisional if within the fiscal year they improve?
Discretion is a good thing.
Commissioners?
Madam Chair, let me do this. Because of the obvious hesitancy of staff doing this, I'll withdraw that request. I don't want to cause any concern that Ms. Hurst might have or commissioners might have.
Okay,
so I'll go ahead and
super.
withdraw the request. We can move forward, please.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I can also offer. I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry.
I can also
Go
offer
ahead,
to
Eric.
Mr. Harris that if at any point with your accreditor, if you need somebody to clarify that the finding of substantive change is not a disciplinary action, we can certainly work with you if that would be helpful to your client.
Sure. Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. Thank you, Eric.
Any other discussion? Hearing none, we'll take a motion to accept staff's recommendations.
So moved.
So move.
We have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Harris.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
The next school is Miami Regional University, Miami Springs, number 2390. And you have staff's recommendations before you. If you're here from that school and you would like to address the group, please raise your hand and introduce yourself.
Yo. Good morning. Can you hear me?
We can.
Thank you. Ophelia Sanchez, President and CEO of Miami Regional University. I have somebody else with me to introduce herself.
Good morning, Commission. Dr. Elizabeth Levine, Interim Dean, School of Nursing.
Okay, commissioners, any discussion? Executive Director Hurst, do you have anything that you'd like to, context you'd like to provide here for us?
So the sub-change recommendation is due to the nursing AS and BSN programs being placed on probation by the Florida Board of Nursing. If you would so like, I can read out the percentages for their NCLEX pass rates.
Well, I guess for me, I guess I'd like to hear what is the, how is the school doing? What are you intending to do? How are we addressing the challenges?
Okay. For the last semester, for the third quarter of 2023, we had in the associate program 94.29% with 35 testers. And for the bachelor program, we had 100% with 25 testers. I will pass on to Dr. Levine to explain this was our best semester based on our improvement plans. And yes, we were placed on probation previously with the 2022 year-to-date passing rate being below the standards for the NCLEX pass rate by the Florida Board of Nursing.
And very, very happy to report that we are on an upward trajectory. As our president stated, our scores are improving dramatically. We have unofficial scores, and they are just as good as our Q3 for 2023. In the ASN, we have 100%, BSN 86.96%, and in the MSN-DE at 100%. And these are scores from last week. So students are very happy. They call us. We've developed a very robust remediation plan that you should have before you with 6 key quality indicators. These 6 quality indicators have been revised by our faculty, things that we were already doing, but increased a notch. We have very personal remediation plans with our students. Our students come to the school twice a week for one-to-one mentoring with selected faculty. We also have boot camps that we conduct, and we conduct them not only twice a week here on campus, but we also conduct them remotely for those students that are working. So we have faculty that are subject matter experts, and they provide additional instruction on various topics from med-surg, advanced med-surg, and specialty. I don't know if you'd like for me to get into more specifics of our remediation plan, which we're very proud of. Do you have questions, or would you like me to continue?
I think that's good, unless the other commissioners have any questions. I'm glad that you have a plan that you feel confident in, and how we continue to see the rates change is really the test, right? So very good. Any other commissioners have any other thoughts, comments, questions? No, hearing none, we'll take I'll accept a motion to accept staff's recommendations.
So move.
Second.
We have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, we have a motion to accept staff's recommendations. Thank you for being here from your school.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Have a great day.
The next school is Nexus University, Dania Beach, number 3985. We have staff's recommendations. And if you're here from that school and would like to address the group, please unmute yourself and introduce yourself.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Mario Hirani. I'm the Chancellor for Nexus University, and I'm VP for Global Affairs and Development at Universidad Mayor, that is the parent institution.
Thank you. Commissioners, any discussions? I'm going to give you another second. Is there, hearing no discussion, is there a motion to accept staff's recommendations?
May I address the commission?
Yes, please, sure.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to have this conversation with the commission. We have been here in Florida for a while. Since 2010 was our initial license, and the parent institution is a Chilean university. It's fairly large over there. We have 26,000 students. We have been accredited by Middle States since 2010, and we're currently going through a renewal of accreditation with Middle States. This institution in Florida is actually a branch of Universidad Mayor, and has been accredited as a branch. Our initial plan of this institution was to go through financial aid, which actually we went through the process, and because our particular situation of being a branch that is licensed in Florida and we have accreditation through a foreign institution, we're still a little stuck in the process with financial aid, and we're trying to work it out with them to actually understand how we can move forward with that. So that has slowed down our process, and we are pivoting a little the plan that we have so far. Now, in terms of the financial soundness, that has always been an issue for us, because as a branch, we operate as a branch. So, and our initial plans was going through as a minimum cost to go through accreditation, through financial aid, and then expand. Now, our financial position as a whole is really strong. We're an institution that has a huge amount of enrollment and good numbers. But when you see us as only the branch itself, our numbers are fairly weak. So in order to improve our financial soundness, one of the things that we're trying to do is increase our number of programs, because we have a few number of programs, and all our nursing programs right now are accredited by ACE. But in order to increase financial soundness, to improve our financial position, we want to increase the number of programs that we have, especially in the areas of technology. So our main situation with the provisional license is that it doesn't allow us to increase the number of programs that we have, and that actually affects our possibility to increase and improve our performance locally.
Director Hurst, do you have anything that you'd like to comment on that regarding?
So if the commission has any recommendation in terms of how we could proceed with this, or what kind of information we can provide, that will be ideal in terms of how we can actually move forward with our plan.
And Chair Coyne, to answer your question, he is correct. When he moves to provisional status, he is not allowed to add new programs on a provisional status. However, with negative working capital and negative net income, it is our standard practice to place an institution on subchange and to find that a subchange has occurred and place them on provisional.
Any other comments, commissioners?
If I may ask just for some clarification from the institution, they see the primary barrier, if I understand correctly, that would be imposed by following staff recommendation to be that they cannot add additional programs, which they believe in turn will augment their financial status and help to alleviate this. But to create programs require funding in the first place. How exactly do you see that panning out? What are your plans here?
Well, the institution, the main institution in Chile, has enough resources to provide support, financial support, and has been doing that since 2010, and it will keep doing it. But in order to be able to produce financial income in the U.S., we will need to expand our offer. Our offer right now is really limited, and it was part of the initial plan just to go through our renewals, just to go through accreditation with ACNE, just to go through financial aid with a few number of programs. But since that time frame is expanding, in order to go back to financial soundness, we would like to have more offer. And we can provide the financial support that the commission decides that is required in order to show that financial soundness. The institution is able to do that, to bring enough resources to the U.S. for the purpose.
Yeah. But what does it do to your existing programs that I mean, if the parent school has resources, then why aren't these programs, I don't know. I just think that you're going to continue to splinter your enrollment by adding, you could be, by adding more programs, diluting resources from the existing programs further. I don't know. It's a very challenging kind of delicate balance, and we have precedents for how we manage when there is a financial soundness issue. I'm not inclined that I see a difference or to make an exception based on what you've shared. Because I mean, just being able to grow more programs, I don't know how that's going to, without having a better understanding how it would impact your existing programs. There's no way of knowing that. That's just one option of thinking that you'll grow enrollment by adding in new programs when the existing program inventory isn't bringing in the enrollments. So.
Well, we can provide information in that sense in terms of the financial improvement plan itself. The situation is that our previous financial improvement plan, it was attached to financial aid. So it had another kind of setup and characteristics in terms of the timing and how it will proceed. So we will have to modify it to the new situation that probably financial aid will take a little longer to get in. And probably with that document, you will see it a little more clear. It's probably, this is not the right time to try to explain it here, but and also these programs that we're trying to push, there are not that many programs anyways, are just 2 associates and 1 bachelor. They are linked to things and capacities that we already have. So we already have the content, we already have the faculty. So for us, it's really simple to launch this kind of programs. It doesn't require additional resources from us. We just need the approval to be able to launch it in the US.
Commissioners, thoughts?
Commissioners,
Motions?
if you would like to see the parent corporation financials, they are in your summary. They are on they start on page 6.
And the staff has considered that as a part of their recommendations, correct?
That is correct.
Commissioners, any thoughts other than the motion that's before us to accept staff's recommendations? So we'll take a motion then to accept staff's recommendations as outlined.
So moved.
Seconded.
We have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So the motion to accept staff's recommendations is approved. And I just think, need to continue to monitor those financials because it's just a challenge. So thank you for being here.
Thank you.
The next school is Nuke University, Florida Technical College, Orlando, number 2344. You have staff's recommendations before you. If you are here from that school and would like to address the body, please introduce yourself.
Hi, this is Dr. James Michael Burkett, President of Florida Technical College.
Hello.
Hello, this is Dr. James Michael Burkett, President of Florida Technical College.
Hello, sir. Welcome. Thank you for being here.
And this is Bob Harris on behalf of the college.
Okay. Commissioners, any discussion? This is a revised to the clerk order of March 2023 as the ownership was approved by USDOE.
I think that the proposed revision makes perfect sense in light of the backlog of USDOE for providing a final approval.
Agreed. Agreed. Any other discussion? Hearing none, we'll take a motion to accept staff's recommendations.
So move.
Second.
We have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
The next school is Nursing Bridges Institute, Pensacola, number 6138. We have staff's recommendations. If you are here from that school and would like to introduce yourself, please do so.
There are no representatives on the line.
Okay, we have staff's recommendations. Do we have any discussion?
I believe that there should be a revision to this recommendation.
Ms. Hurst? Oh, sorry. You're proposing one, or you think that there should be?
No, I mean, I'd like to ask Director Hurst or Eric Gunta if they could speak to this.
So that is correct. So when you look at the language currently in front of you, we are recommending denying the application for annual license, and that is based on the guilty pleas of Simon Itteman and Anna Itteman to crimes that relate to the lawful or the unlawful operation or management of an institution, which render them ineligible to own, operate, manage, or be a registered agent for a licensed institution in this state. Then the second piece of this states that we would, due to the failure to be in substantial compliance to hold a provisional license pursuant to Chapter 1005, that the institution shall cease enrollment of new students in the institution and conduct an orderly closure pursuant to 1005. The next section requires or recommends that the commissioners grant approval of the substantive change in location for the purpose of a teach-out only. Upon additional review of that statement, the Iddebens are ineligible to own, operate, manage, or be a registered agent for the licensed institution due to their plea deal. So therefore, they would not be able to teach out this program, and therefore we would recommend modifying the language to state that we are denying the approval of the change in location. That would also strike the next sentence that says, order the institution to report to commission staff each month on the status of the teach out. Instead, it would order the institution to report a roster of all students, graduates, their contact information, their progress in the program, their completion date, their NCLEX test dates, and their professional license numbers.
So with that modification to the staff's recommendation, do we have further discussion, or are we prepared to take a motion?
With this, I have a question, Chair. With this modification, would they no longer be able to sell their or change ownership? Or I know there was some report that there was somebody interested in purchasing Nursing Bridges Institute.
That is correct. So on October 18th, 2023, the commission received an email or letter stating that there was an anticipated change of ownership for this particular institution. By denying the application as currently in front of you and granting or denying the approval of the change in location, that would not allow for a change of ownership in the future. It would, the individuals, if they are still interested in this organization, would need to start a new application. This would also preclude these students, they would not be afforded the opportunity for a teach out because the institution cannot operate under the IDMNs.
Okay, thank you. Just want to make sure.
So in that instance, what happens to the students?
So for the students themselves, we would request or require that the institution provide us the student records. We would then service those records to the students. The students could collect the records from our office, and that's their transcripts, along with any other additional information we receive from the school. We would provide that to the students, and then the students can opt to go to another organization or institution which would accept their credits and their transcripts.
I mean, there's, other than there's an email, we don't have any information on a new owner or whatever that would be. So that's really not a consideration for this meeting because we don't have an application for a new change in ownership, correct? Like
that is correct.
That's just all.
There is presently no formal application for a change of ownership.
Right. So short of taking action as we've discussed to ostensibly deny the application and the school closes, well, I mean, there is no other option.
I do want to counsel the commission that I do have a email communication from this morning from legal counsel to the institution. Although I don't believe they are present at this meeting, they are requesting that the commission defer a consideration, an adjudication of this application, and they do waive any applicable time 90-day time periods. That is not staff recommendation. But.
What does a defer vote do to their legal status and the still having to close and the students? What does deferring till when? January.
So if hypothetically the commission were to defer until January, the status quo would prevail. The school is currently not operating. Students are not being taught. They're in a kind of an educational limbo while they await a final outcome. If the commission elected to defer, consider an adjudication on these applications until January, that could conceivably, though there's no guarantee of that, conceivably give the institution opportunity to submit an application for a change of ownership and an opportunity for the commission to hear from the institution, from the prospective buyer, and ask whatever questions it wants to before determining whether to deny or approve the application for annual license. Staff recommendation, I'm advised, stands.
Yeah, I'm inclined to stand with staff's recommendations. This is, I'm not inclined to just continue to kick it down the road for students. Anyone have any other thoughts?
Chair, I feel like the purpose of that approval of substantive change for the purposes of teach out has to be our top priority, right?
But because they're ineligible to own, operate, or manage or be registered agent of a licensed institution, they can't teach out anyways.
I know. I'm just saying this idea of a post-deferred sale, and that's not the information that's been presented here before us, right?
That's correct.
Yeah,
I feel the same way.
Yeah, it feels very speculative and.
Yeah. So I guess, so do we need to read the recommendation for a motion based, it's what's before us striking, and I guess I don't have it in front of me. Director Hurst, you read it. Is that adequate, Eric, for us to make a motion based on Executive Director Hurst reading into record the updated staff recommendation?
Absolutely, so long as the commissioners remember it and are confident on voting on it. Executive Director Hurst advised me that she has one additional recommendation that she would offer.
Let's do this then, just because, I just want to be 100% clear and communicate clearly to the school as well. So let's reread the whole recommendation. So this is what we're proposing as a motion for staff's recommendation. Executive Director Hurst, do you want to start from the beginning and then add an additional piece that you wanted to add?
Yes, I will. So staff recommendation is to deny the application for annual license pursuant to sections 1005.317 and 1005.381 Florida statutes. Rule 6E-2.002 2A, Florida Administrative Code, and Rule 6E-2.00611, Florida Administrative Code, based on the following. 1. The guilty pleas of Simon Inneman and Anna Inneman to crimes that relate to the unlawful operation or management of an institution render Simon Inneman and Anna Inneman ineligible to own, operate, manage, or be a registered agent for a licensed institution in this state, or to be a director or an officer in a corporation that owns or operates a licensed institution pursuant to section 1005.383 Florida statutes. The institution fails to be in full compliance to hold an annual license pursuant to chapter 1005.317 Florida statutes and rule 6E-2.002 2A. Florida Administrative Code. The institution also fails to be in substantial compliance to hold a provisional license pursuant to Chapter 1005.31, Section 5, Florida Statutes, and Rule 6E-2.002, Section 1, Florida Administrative Code. The institution shall cease the enrollment of new students in the institution's programs. The institution shall conduct an orderly closure pursuant to 1005.36 Florida statutes and Rule 6E-2.009 Florida Administrative Code. Deny the approval of the substantive change in location. Order the institution to report to commission staff. Didn't I just say deny? I'm sorry. Did I say deny approval?
Deny approval of the substantive change.
Yes, I just wanted to make sure I did say that correctly.
You did.
Deny
So
the
you said
approval
deny
of
approval of the
okay,
substantive
good.
change in
Thank you.
location.
deny the approval of the substantive change in location, order the institution to report to the commission a roster of all students and graduates, their contact information, which includes address, phone, email, their progress in the program, their completion date, their in-class test dates, their professional license numbers, all student records, and include any applicable documents for train-out agreements. The documentation shall be communicated to the Commission Office in a secure manner following the Department of Education policies and procedures.
Perfect. I'll make a motion to accept that staff's recommendations as read into record.
Second.
Second.
We have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes to accept staff's recommendation as read into record. Okay. The next school is Saba University School of Medicine, Orlando, number 2899. And we have staff's recommendations, and we will hear from the school. I know that Bob Harris has already referenced that this is similar to it's the same owner as number 2 that we just heard. So anyone else that would like to be introduced or come off mute, please do so.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is Bob Harris. And again, I appreciate it. I won't make the same request, so we're good to go. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay. Do we have a motion to accept staff's recommendation?
So moved.
Second.
We have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The motion to accept staff's recommendation is approved. Oh, any opposed? Sorry. Hearing none, the motion to accept staff's recommendation is approved. The next school is number 8, San Ignacio University Doral, number 3455. You have staff's recommendations before you. Is there anyone here from the school that would like to address the body?
Yes, hi.
Yes.
Hi, how are you? My name is Ezra Tosas. I'm the Vice President of the institution and operations.
Great. Thank you for being here.
Dr. Althea Ellis, Dean of Academic Affairs.
Hello.
Hi there.
So I understand that you're changing accreditation, removing one and adding another. How's that going?
Yes, actually it went very well. We're very excited with our entire team. It was a long, strenuous process. We have completed all the visits and were granted accreditation with the EAC. So that was a very successful visit. We're very proud for all our faculty, staff, and for our students to make sure that they understand that with the change with ACICS, that the continuation of accreditation, not only for visas but financial aid, and the demonstrating that the program and the university is committed to our students, and it was granted with DEAC. So everything is good as far as in that department. The only thing I had a question was in the staff recommendation. I don't know if it was done before the accreditation was issued, but we are accredited now and everything. And I know the staff recommendation was to extend the provisional, but we do with accreditation also have some plans in the future for additional programs and stuff. So we were just concerned that if that was just because the letter was sent out before we received the accreditation regarding, to be bumped up to annual instead of provisional. Thank you.
Sure. Director Hurst, do you want to comment on that?
Yes, so it is our normal process that any change in an accreditation will actually trigger a change in subchange or result in a subchange. The language in front of you does delegate the authority to the executive director to assess compliance with the above contingency and return the institution to annual license through November 30th, 2024, upon determination that the institution is in full compliance.
So it already does give you that authority that once you do the review, you can.
It does.
Okay. So that's good. That's what you're asking for, sir. So that should be helpful.
Correct.
Any other discussion? Hearing none, we'll take a motion to accept staff's recommendations.
So moved.
So move.
We have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes. Thank you. Thank you for being here.
Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you. The next school is South College Orlando Learning Site, Orlando, number 9051. You have staff's recommendation before you. If you are here from that school and would like to address the body, please introduce yourself.
Yes, good morning. I'm Kim Hall. I'm the Vice Chancellor for Institutional Advancement and Effectiveness for South College.
Hello, thank you for being here.
Hi, this is James McCoy. I'm the campus president of the Orlando campus.
Hello. Commissioners, any discussion, questions? This is a change in credentials. You're going from a BS to an MS, right? Any questions, comments? Hearing none, I'll take a motion to accept staff's recommendations.
So move.
Second.
We have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes. Thank you for being here. The next.
Thank you.
Thank you. Southern Technical College, Fort Myers, number 1829. You have staff's recommendations before you. If you are here from this school, and would like to address the body, please introduce yourself.
Hello, Sarah Cruz Mendoza, Compliance Manager for STC.
Hello.
Brett Weber, President for STC.
Kyle Weber, Director of Compliance.
Okay. Thank you for being here. Commissioners, any questions? I know we have the nursing AS is on probation with the Florida Board of Nursing. How are you progressing with your remediation plan with them?
Go on, Sarah.
Okay, so for Q4, actually, we have 100% NCLEX first-time pass rate, and year-to-date, we're at 87.95%. So we have 3 students testing this week, and after those 3, we get those results, we will make the 80%, and we know we'll be off probation next year. So everything we've been doing has really been paying off with our NCLEX pass rates.
That sounds great. What do you feel like is the secret sauce to that success?
Well, we have a great new program director for the nursing program. We also changed our HESI entrance exam requirements. We changed some of the curriculum to really make sure that, the anatomy and physiology parts are hammered throughout the program. Also, we changed our program progression requirements, and we also have a green light that students get throughout the program, and they do the ATI testing, and that's really helped too.
That's great. Well, it's good to, we'll be cheering for you. So hopefully you're going to continue to be on that same trajectory. So that's good. So any other discussion, commissioners? Hearing none, we'll take a motion to accept staff's recommendations, which also grants the executive director, delegates authority to the executive director to return to appropriate status once you've been cleared. Any motion? Do we have a motion? Sorry.
So moved.
So move.
Second.
We have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Right.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes. Thank you. The next school is St. Matthew's University School of Medicine, Orlando, number 2634. It's similar to number 2 and 7. You have staff's recommendations before you, and Mr. Harris on the line, if need
Thank
be.
you, Madam Chair. Same comments. Appreciate it very much. Thank you for your time.
Sure, thank you. And so any discussion, commissioners? Hearing none, we'll take a motion to accept staff's recommendations.
So moved.
Second.
We have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes. The next school is Taylor College Bellevue, number 2515. You have staff's recommendations before you. If you're here from that school, please introduce yourself.
My name is Jeff Jortson, campus president at Taylor College.
And
Hello,
this is
sir.
Bob
Welcome.
Harris, representing Taylor College as well.
Okay, great. Okay, any questions, comments here, commissioners? How's your remediation plan working? How's it going?
Yeah, we've
At
seen
Taylor College?
great improvement since 2022. We're basically at 100% for quarter 4. We were at 100% for quarter 2, and I think we're at 89% for quarter 3. So we're seeing a lot better improvement since for 2023.
And Madam
Okay.
Chair, this is Bob Harris. We're optimistic and hopeful that come February, as was discussed earlier, and since this contingency does authorize executive director to remove the school from provisional status, depending upon the results that come out through the end of the year, that will be announced in the February meeting of the Board of Nursing. So we appreciate that contingency being in there.
Any other comments or discussions, commissioners? Hearing none, we'll take a motion to accept staff's recommendations.
So moved.
Second.
We have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes to accept staff's recommendations.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Very good, thank you. We have no branch campus applications in section L. Item M on the agenda is name change applications. There are no items in this section. There are 34, next is section
Chair
N.
Coyne.
There are 34
Chair
religious
Coyne.
institutes. Yes.
I apologize. We skipped number 13, Sarasota University.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. It's right there. So I'm sorry. Let's back up. We have number 13. Let's see, where is it?
So it was moved from section C.
Okay.
It is on page 12 of your agenda.
Okay, so we have number 13, Sarasota University. And you have the staff's recommendations on page 12 of your agenda. And if you are here from that school and would like to address the body, please introduce yourself.
Good morning. Good
Morning.
morning, commissioners. I'm Mike Levins, president of Sarasota University. I'm pleased to be with you today.
Welcome. I'm sorry, I almost skipped you.
I was clicking on the mute unmute to say it. We're here. Thank you so much for your time.
Yes, they usually keep me on my toes, so that's good. So Sarasota, so commissioners, any discussion? As I understand it, you voluntarily removed accreditation from DEAC, and do you want to talk about that? Do you want to say?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, thank you. So there was a change of, can you still hear me?
Yes.
Yep, sorry. Yeah, there was a change of control and ownership partnership with the Center for Guided Montessori Studies. After a year of kind of reflecting on that, the decision was made to perhaps find a better match with accreditation. And there was a withdrawal from DEAC for us. And I came on board and we made application for the Montessori Accreditation Council for Teacher Education. And as a result, earlier this year, we achieved applicant in good standing. They recently, as of last week, completed the site visit and provided feedback that all self-study items were verified, and we are now scheduled for an approval vote from the board of MACD in early December.
Oh, good for you. That's great.
Yeah,
So
we're proud of that. Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not easy. So, any discussion? And this contingency or this, staff recommendation also includes the executive director's authority delegated so that she can remove you to off of provisional. So,
thank you.
Any discussion, commissioners? Hearing none, we'll take them. I'm sorry, Troy, were you saying something?
Oh, I just said sounds perfect.
Okay, great. So we'll accept a motion to accept staff's recommendations.
So move.
Second.
We have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes. Thank you. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, commissioners. Have a good day.
You too. So now we will go to section N. There are 34 religious institutions sworn affidavits submitted. Is there a motion to take these items by consent?
So moved.
Second.
We have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes. I will now ask each commissioner if they have any that they would like to pull for discussion. Commissioner Cross, you're always first.
I do not have any.
Okay. Commissioner Marty.
No.
Commissioner Stefano.
None at this time.
Commissioner Taylor Ellis. Oh, I keep calling her. She's not here. So Commissioner Whitaker.
No, I do not.
Commissioner Williams. Director Hurst, does the staff have any they'd like to pull?
I do not, but I do want to note that there is a representative from number 13, Florida Southwest Christian University of Los Angeles, that would like to address the commission.
Okay, great. Can we continue down this path and then ask them to address the body after we're done?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. And I'm sorry, that was number 13, right? Yes.
Yes, that's correct.
And so you do not have any that you'd like to pull. We shouldn't pull them, no. And I do not have any. So
what I would recommend is if we, with this, we've made the motion to take them by consent. And so now we're working through our pooled schools. So before we finalize any additional vote, I would recommend allowing the institution number 13 to speak.
Okay, so Florida Southwest Christian University from Los Angeles, please unmute yourself and introduce yourself.
Hi, my name is Dr. Jaquel Pitts, PhD. I'm the president of Florida Southwest Christian University.
Welcome.
Thanks for having me. Before the commission finalizes section N, I would like to address the body and provide imperative information to the commission. I would like the minutes to reflect this matter. I have two matters I would like to discuss. The first matter pertains to section N, religious colleges sworn affidavit submitted. I am proposing a revision to this recommendation. I would like to notify the commission and its staff of my emergency request. On November 6, 2023, I submitted a new and modified CIE Form 113 at the direction of my leadership cabinet and the CIE's receptionist that contained a new address for Florida Southwest Christian University. I would like to notify the commission and the staff that the new address is 113 SE First Ave, Suite 720, Miami, Florida 33131. I'm also hereby requesting that the agenda be modified to reflect the new address of Florida Southwest Christian University. I have the new affidavit in my hand that I submitted on November 6, 2023. I am therefore requesting a correction to the agenda to reflect the accurate city associated with Florida Southwest Christian University, which is Miami. Also, last week I had an unpleasant experience that I would like the commission and its staff to be aware of. Last week I called the commission staff's receptionist and I identified myself as president of Florida Southwest Christian University. I requested the receptionist to transfer me to Sean Brooks. The reason for my request was because I had a substantial amount of questions about the CIE Form 413 process. The receptionist refused to transfer me to Sean Brooks and instead demanded that I email Sean Brooks. I don't believe this was an appropriate practice. I would also like to know that I emailed Sean Brooks on 11/6/2023, and as of right now, I have yet to receive a response. I yield my time.
Well, thank you, sir. Is there, Director Hurst, is there any challenge or thing that we need to do about accepting the address change?
Good afternoon, Chair Coyne. So our current process, or our regular process, is that when we receive affidavits, we do go through a process by which we review those affidavits, and the affidavits for which we have received and reviewed are placed in front of the Commission for consideration. While this actual number 13 Florida Southwest Christian University Los Angeles is on this agenda for November, it does include the Los Angeles address. We did receive an affidavit 2 days ago that is a revised affidavit or an updated affidavit. That affidavit that is revised with a new address on it will be reviewed by Commission staff and will be placed on the next meeting, which will be January of 2024. The one in front of you today is the original, or the one that was submitted after the September 2023 meeting, and that is the one for consideration. Staff will need to review the updated affidavit.
If I may, Madam Chair, my recommendation would be, as council, is that since we have just heard representation that the new the address on the affidavit before you is not, in fact, the current address of the institution, that if the remaining schools are taken by consent, and if their affidavits are accepted, I would recommend that the commission not accept the affidavit for School 13, Florida Southwestern Christian University.
Okay, so I would say, I would agree. So so then I'll take and pull number 13. So let's take a motion to approve the religious college's sworn affidavit submitted items 1 through 12, 14 through 34. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes for all those schools. So now we'll entertain Florida Southwestern Christian University, their affidavit, and that we have an address change that still needs to be vetted on the new form that was just submitted on November 6th. So do we have a recommendation to, is it table or that affidavit until?
Madam Chair, I don't think that we need a further vote on number 13.
Okay.
We'll bring the school back before the commission in January, assuming that.
Okay. Okay. And then.
I'm sorry, is my audio on? Oh.
Yes, you are.
Okay.
Eric? Yes.
Yes. Were you able to
Okay,
hear
so
everything I said earlier?
So that concludes section N, and the public comment was recorded in record on the other matter. Okay, so next we have there, section O, there are no training agent programs for consideration in section, it says P, but I think it's O, and then O. And now we would like to consider taking a recess prior to the CIE Rules Committee. Correct?
That is correct.
So But is that, I guess I'm confused. Are we doing the rules committee then now? Or because that's not what's listed here. Consideration of agenda items is in recess until tomorrow at 9 a.m.
Oh, no, sorry. I did not update. Sorry about that. It is, we would go into our CIE Draft Rule Language Rules Committee after a brief recess of your choosing.
Okay, so it's 12:07. What do you have, commissioners, to reconvene as our rules committee to keep moving forward on our process for the rules? How long do you all want? You want to come back at 12:30? That's almost 20 minutes. Does that work? Or do you want? Sound fair? Or do you want more time?
12:30 works.
Pardon me?
12:30 works for me.
30 minutes?
30 minutes?
Chair Coyne, we do have a member of the audience who has raised their hand.
Okay.
Madam Chair, this is Bob Harris. I was just begging for 1 hour. I have to go to lunch and meet somebody, and I need to be in on this discussion. That's all. But it's your discretion. I'm just hoping for an hour, praying for an hour. That's all.
Okay, so we have Bob Harris asking for an hour. Commissioner Marty said 30 minutes. Commissioner Whitaker and I said 20 minutes. I'll do, what's the will of the group? Anybody else? Tell me a time. 40 minutes is 1 o'clock. Do you want to reconvene at 1 o'clock?
1 o'clock is fine.
Sorry,
yes.
Bob. How about that? 1 o'clock sound good to everyone?
That works.
Works for me.
Rules Committee reconvening at 1 o'clock. See you there. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm walking by day, wondering if there's medicine I can take. Wait until the sun goes down, that's when I can let it out. You can call me crazy, I call it fate. Transformation taking over me. From dusk till dawn, I'm digging my way at the grave. From dusk till dawn, I'm staring my fears in the face. From dusk till dawn, I got to live the ways. They've got a price to pay. From dusk till dawn, from dusk till dawn. I can feel the ice run through my blood, surges through my body all at once. My heart pumps in the dead of night, my feet run into the fire, right into the fire of my soul. Let the transformation take control. From dusk till dawn, I'm digging my way at the grave. From dusk till dawn, I'm staring my fears in the face. From dusk till dawn, I got to live the ways. They've got a price to pay. From dusk till dawn, from dusk till dawn. From dusk till dawn, I'm digging my way out the grave. From dusk till dawn, I'm staring my fears in the face. From dusk till dawn, I'm digging my way out the grave. From dusk till dawn, I'm staring my fears in the face. From dusk till dawn, I got to live the ways. They've got a price to pay. From dusk till dawn, from dusk till dawn.
Check, check.
shakes you to your core and it chills your soul. I got my flag held high without a stitch of white, singing a battle cry, singing. Yeah, we ain't gonna stop. Till we get to the top. Where you sing to the bottom is gold, but the ceiling is unlikely gold. Yeah, we're never gonna stop. I've let it take control, cutting my teeth in, cause when you know, nothing's ever meant to be simple, and mama didn't raise no quitter. Yeah, she told me go and call, you gotta answer when you call. Yeah, she told me go and break the mold. Yeah, we ain't gonna stop. Till we get to the top. Where you sing to the bottom is gold, but the ceiling is unlikely gold. Yeah, we're never gonna stop. Mama didn't raise no quitter. 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 Well, mama didn't raise. Yeah, we ain't gonna stop. Till we get to the top. Where you sing to the bottom is gold, but the ceiling is unlikely gold. Yeah, we're never gonna stop.
Good afternoon, Chair Coyne. I will give you back the floor to go ahead and announce the Rules Committee.
Okay, I gotta give me one more second here. Okay, so thank you for joining us. We held, oh wait, I'm sorry. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to call the Rules Committee meeting to order. This is the Commission for Independent Education. I'm Mildred Coyne, Chair of the Commission. We are meeting virtually. Today is November 8th. Ms. Hood, can we have a roll call, please?
Commissioner Coyne,
Present.
Commissioner Williams, Commissioner Whitaker,
Present.
Commissioner Cross,
Present.
Commissioner Taylor Ellis,
Present.
Commissioner Marty, and Commissioner Stefano.
Present.
Thank you. We had 3 rule development workshops at the end of July and another one on August 18th, 2023. We additionally held a rules committee meeting on September 5th, 2023. Public input has been provided on those occasions, and Executive Director Hurst has shared draft rule language in forms for consideration. At the September 5th, 2023 Rules Committee meeting, the Commission voted to defer consideration on draft language to November 2023 for the following rules. Rule 6E-2.004, Rule 6E-1.003, Rule 6E-1.0032, and Rule 6E-4.001. As a reminder, the purpose of the rule development is to implement legislation passed during the 2023 legislative session that included revisions to Chapter 1005 Florida statutes governing the Commission. The Commission must vote to approve rule language before it can be submitted to the State Board of Education for a final vote. So today, as the Rules Committee, we will again discuss the modified draft language for approval. Our options today are to vote for approval to send the draft language to the Commission body for approval with or without modification. The Commission will then vote on the Rules Committee recommendations to submit the draft language to the State Board for final vote in January 2024, or defer the vote to future meeting. We will take the draft rules one at a time. The first rule for consideration is 6E-2.004, Florida Administrative Code, Standards and Procedures for Licensure. Executive Director Hurst, is there any discussion?
Madam Chair, if I may, I would just like to know for the record that Commissioner Marty is present at the meeting.
Okay, thank you. Executive Director Hurst, to you.
Thank you, Chair Coyne. So just as a reminder, House Bill 1537 was passed during the 2023 legislative session and included revisions to Chapter 1005 Florida statutes which govern the Commission. The legislation and the rules that will implement it once they are developed, approved by the Commission, and receive final approval from the State Board of Education will update licensure standards relating to retention and completion and admissions and recruitment for private post-secondary educational institutions, enhance institutional data collection requirements, and provide an administrative fine for failure to timely comply, provide additional student and program disclosures, and require accreditation for pre-licensure professional nursing programs. This section will focus on legislative changes relating to data accountability, licensure standards, required program disclosures, and an accreditation requirement for certain nursing programs. So the language that you have in front of you, the newly created statutory language required rulemaking for implementation. The changes are in yellow and they are underlined. The remaining of the rule that shows on your draft is current rule. Of note also, the draft rules that are in front of you do have modifications to them based on our rule development meetings and our rule committee meetings and all of the public feedback that we received subsequent to those meetings. So this is the updated version.
Okay, Rules Committee, is there any discussion? I guess I would ask the director, executive director, is there any area where we really, where there was a significant difference between what you're proposing here and what was coming from the public comment?
Absolutely.
particularly on this, on this one.
Yes,
So
I'll
ask
briefly
you that
go
one
through
too.
each section for you as well, just so you
Okay.
have all of the information. So the first modification to the standard was a result of Section 1005.335 Florida statutes. It was accreditation requirements and programmatic approval, which states an institution must obtain institutional accreditation prior to obtaining approval from the commission to offer a pre-licensure professional nursing program. So your first highlighted section will be the standard for educational programs and curricula, B1 through 5. That the language will look very familiar to you about what we originally placed in front of you. There are small modifications where we are ensuring that we are allowing for the appeals process for the Florida Board of Nursing. We didn't want to appear that we were going to take termination action before they have finished their appeals process with the Florida Board of Nursing, so that has been added, as well as we have adjusted some of the language for clarity of reading. Do you have any questions related to that section?
It would be helpful just to know or to have as part of the snapshot key facets of public feedback that were addressed or integrated in your ongoing process. And I know that that you and the staff put in a really robust attempt at engaging the public feedback and speaking with all those who did provide you with insights and suggestions. And so I think that to do justice to the work that went into this and for us to be adequately informed regarding the work that went into this final draft, it'd be good if you could speak to that as we go through it.
Absolutely. So give me just a moment for my Excel spreadsheet to load. So the rule language for the nursing was mainly related to the public comment that we received was mainly related to ensuring that the inclusion of the opportunity for appeals was added. So on section, if you look at 4B3, now it states institutions which received approval by the commission for a pre-licensure professional nursing program must obtain programmatic accreditation within the timeframes required by section 464.01911. The termination of a pre-licensure professional nursing program by the Florida Board of Nursing will, after all opportunities to appeal have been waived or exhausted, result in termination of the program by the commission and require the submission of a teach-out plan. So that was the addition to that.
So can I ask a question about that then?
Yes.
I think this is the right way to do it too. I agree with you, Dr. Stefano, that, having an understanding of how we've modified based on public comment. But now my question is about that addition is it too broad in saying like the termination of a pre-professional after all opportunities to appeal have been waived or exhausted? Is that, I don't have any idea how long of an appeal process is allowable, and does that force us to have a program continue to get CIE licensed even though the Florida, you know what I mean? Like I don't want to also circumvent the intent of the law, which is to have schools be accountable. And if they're continuing to get appeal, and if there's just minor nuances that are just still never, do you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know how long that appeal process can be.
So
do you all?
Per my understanding, when the Board of Nursing terminates the program, they will send a notice of intent to terminate to the institution. And then they are allowed, just like our CIE processes, they're allowed to appeal within a certain day time frame. Those institutions may have something that's relevant to the Board of Nursing. The Board of Nursing will consider it, and then they will submit a final notice of action. And so what we are stating is when we receive the final notice of action, then we will also terminate the program. So it would kind of follow the same process as CIE does for appeals, but will allow the school to make sure that they are truly being terminated by the Florida Board of Nursing.
I guess my concern is the word all, probably, after, because who's all opportunities? Is it after reasonable opportunities to appeal have been waived? Only because, like, does a school think that I haven't exhausted all of my,
The way that the rule is worded, whether all opportunities to appeal have been exhausted is an objective standard. Everybody, whenever there is any negative action affecting a license, there's always an opportunity to appeal. And then there are possible second tiers of appeal. One can appeal to an administrative law judge after that, and I don't quite know the...
I guess that's what my point is that there can be so many others, and does that defeat our purpose of really protecting the students in Florida from just a school that's continuing to go down an appeal rabbit hole?
Well, the appeal rabbit hole is not bottomless. There's definitely a termination. So no school is going to get more than, I would imagine, 2 appeal attempts. There is an appeal, then there is a disposition of that appeal, and then there is second tier appeal to a court. I suppose if there were a constitutional issue involved for some reason that could conceivably be heard by the Florida Supreme Court, but I mean, it's not going to go anywhere beyond that. So it's not schools don't get, as a matter of law, or any individual or corporate body, an indefinite number of bites at the apple. So it would be an objective determination that, by your counsel, that the school has exhausted all of its remedies if adverse action is taken against it by the Board of Nursing. It's not simply the school's subjective representation that they think they have more opportunities.
Okay.
And Chair
So
Coyne?
you're comfortable with the word all in there? Like, is that advisable? Or should we just say after opportunities to appeal have been waived or exhausted?
Commission staff have no objection to striking the word all. I think it's fine as is. I'm comfortable with it.
With it
Either
or
way.
strike? With it or without it? You're comfortable either way? Is that what you're saying?
I'm comfortable either way.
I'm sorry, Director, you were going to say something?
That's okay. I was going to say that if you would like to entertain public comment as we go through these as well, that is up to the discretion of the commission. Since we're going through them individually one by one, we can open public comment for that as well. If you would like to do so, there is someone on the line.
Sure, I just would like to first let the commission have
Absolutely.
discussion among ourselves too. I don't
Could
want
I
to.
ask,
Yeah.
could I ask a clarifying question?
Yes.
So I don't know if there's a substantive difference between all and just opportunities in that case. I think the real question is the scope of this limited to appeals with the Florida Board of Nursing, or is it inclusive of the means of appeal that might step outside of those standardized processes and include the court system and et cetera, which kind of opens it up to various, hypothetical deferrals. So I think that's one line of inquiry. Number two, here it seems that the requirement of the submission of a teach-out plan and its implementation are tied together on the timeline. So it seems that it's once it reaches this point, then the plan is required and its execution, as opposed to allowing for the requirement of a plan as we approach that point, and then its execution after that point. I just wanted to kind of raise those for consideration. And these are more questions than they are specifications or kind of positions, but I wanted to raise them for feedback.
I'm not sure I'm following you, Dr. Stefano. So you're suggesting that the teach out plan comes sooner? I'm confused.
But what I'm saying here is that if we conceive of a distinction between someone submitting a plan and somebody executing it.
Oh, I see.
Right. The plan and its execution in this rendition are both placed after all these options have been exhausted, as opposed to, for instance, at a certain point, we can ask for a plan, but wouldn't enforce, its execution until all options have been exhausted.
Well, I guess I'll defer to staff on that. What do you all?
So the normal process is when we terminate a program or ask for a school to close. This is our normal process for the teach-out plan. So that's where it's kind of tagged on to this particular rule, is that when the termination of the program, when the commission has determined that the program should be terminated, then the staff would require the submission of the teach-out plan, which is our normal process currently.
Okay, great. Thank you. That's why, these are questions, they're not stipulations. So that's helpful. I appreciate it. And
to answer your other question, related to the appeal process, the way it's currently worded is we have the termination of a pre-licensure professional nursing program by the Florida Board of Nursing will, after all opportunities to appeal have been waived or exhausted. Because that is in parentheses after the Florida Board of Nursing's termination, it is the appeal process for the Florida Board of Nursing through them. So it would not be the appeal process for CIE, it's the appeal process with the Florida Board of Nursing.
Yeah, it just seems like that's a parenthetical remark that may or may not be tied to the Florida Board of Nursing as it's currently stipulated. But if that is its scope, then I think this is perfectly reasonable.
Just to be clear, I think Dr. Stefano's question was if an institution appeals from the Board of Nursing to, let's say, a district court of appeal, is that appeal to the court system, to the judicial system encompassed by this? I believe it is.
Right, so then that means that its scope exceeds the Florida Board of Nursing.
Right. That's the opposite.
That's correct.
Yes, I apologize. That's what it's to do with the Florida Board of Nursing. So it wouldn't, I'm trying to separate them from CIE to the Florida Board of Nursing. So any appeals process related to the decision of termination by the Florida Board of Nursing, that would encompass.
I just,
well, it
just still
seems in
feel
that
like
case
it's
that
going to be that constant. It's just going to be.
What's key here, I think, is that we want to avoid needless replication of regulation. When it comes to the substance of the nursing programs, the regulatory experts as to the nursing program is the Board of Nursing. The Commission for Independent Education, our focus is more on the administrative infrastructure of the schools, its financial soundness, whether they're complying with the necessary consumer protections. But the substance of the nursing programs is much more in the purview of the Board of Nursing. And so to avoid a situation where the Board of Nursing process has not yet resolved, and so the programs are not terminated by the Board of Nursing, but they're terminated independently by us. And so these schools are, in kind of a schizophrenic situation. We want to avoid that and to maintain some consistency. And I would add that even if we didn't include this appeals language here, if we were to presume to try to terminate a program while its termination by the Board of Nursing is still pending, the institution might well be able to get a stay of our termination by a court of law anyways.
Yeah, I don't have a problem allowing, I mean, I think that makes sense to include the appeal to the Florida Board of Nursing to run its course. I just worry that we made it so broad that it can be just perceived as just any
appeal,
process that can just keep
has a
going and
very
going.
particular meaning in a legal context. We don't mean, just to be clear, a kind of verbal appeal. I appeal, I protest that this happened. We're talking about exhaustion of a legal process, and we want to make sure that institutions which have their programs on the line are afforded all due process before we issue the, before we administer the death knell to their program.
Does anyone have any thoughts on striking the word all in that sentence? I would prefer it, but I'm open to discussion on it.
Madam Chair, if I could just add a comment, I'm indifferent. I don't think it makes a difference, and I think the schools are afforded due process regardless of what we want to put in here. To Council's point, so I think that process is within the Florida Board of Nursing system. It's not something we have control over. They'll still get due process whether we strike that language or not. So to me, there's no difference. It doesn't make a meaningful difference. They still have an opportunity to appeal within the Florida Board of Nursing. So I don't think the meaning changes by striking that word.
Okay.
If I may, I think that the issue at point here is actually distinct. So I think that we're all in accordance that on the one hand, we do not want to precipitate the final outcome of Board of Nursing and all its due processes, right? And we want to follow in their steps, right? So I think that that's clear. And we want to ensure that we follow up on that and to protect students and kind of follow the Florida Board of Nursing's lead here. But the question at stake here is not whether or not they exhausted all the recourses available through the Florida Board of Nursing procedures, but whether this encompasses the opportunity to step outside of those bounds into additional judicial processes to challenge the Florida Board of Nursing's procedures in the first place, which can expand the time frame and modes of appeal, et cetera, drastically beyond what provisions are currently available in the Florida Board of Nursing's appeal processes. And so I think that it's not a question of trying to precipitate the Florida Board of Nursing, because, I mean, that would make no sense whatsoever, but to say, well, whether or not the Florida Board of Nursing can make a final determination and their intrinsic appeals processes exhausted, but the school intends to have some sort of recourse to a process outside of the Florida Board of Nursing. And if they do that, technically that qualifies here, and we cannot therefore request a teach-out plan.
And the way I'm reading it, is that word all goes beyond the Board of Nursing appeal processes to all appeal process. That's because I agree with you that I don't think anybody's just, I think everybody's agreeing that the Florida Board of Nursing is, those are the processes that we want to adhere to.
I totally agree that it is the Board of Nursing, but I'm also concerned, like Commissioner Stefano, that what about if they just do some kind of other thing and they are already canceled and we still have them? So can we say it in a way that once they're canceled by the Board of Nursing, they are automatically also canceled from us or denied by us? Or
it might be good at this point to get feedback from
I would say that we could. I would advise that, we could potentially do that, but then you're going to potentially open up the commission to being bogged down in litigation. If we're not waiting for them to exhaust the appeals process, that is initiated by the Board of Nursing. If we're independently terminating them before that process is completed, they're going to start bringing us to court.
But I don't think that's what we're saying. I think that we're all saying in accordance with the, so I guess it's like the termination of a pre-licensed professional nursing program after exhaustion of the appeals processes by the Florida Board of Nursing will result in termination of the program by the commission. It might just be where that appeals have been waived and exhausted appears in the sentence.
Or if you just add the Florida Board of Nursing to the, after all opportunities to appeal with the Florida Board of Nursing, and it kind of then it puts a cap on it to Commissioner Stefano's point, because I think there is a little bit of space there to interpret that. So if we add that phrase there, I think that ends it.
Anyone who holds a license and when adverse action is taken by an agency has the opportunity to appeal the agency's decision to a neutral third party, namely a court, and that's qualitatively different. Asking the agency to hear an appeal of the agency's own decision is not really an exhaustion of the appeal process, because you don't have second-tier review by a neutral tribunal. And so I just don't think as a matter of due process it makes sense to want to precipitate termination before the appeals process in its entirety has played itself out.
And just as another comment, so as this section reads out, that is specific to when it's actually terminated by the Board of Nursing. There's also section number 5 that if an approved pre-licensure professional nursing program is placed on probation or other adverse action is taken, or an accrediting agency imposes an adverse action, the commission must review for a subchange. So there would be the opportunity to also review the institution for a subchange if they went on to probation before the termination issue was ordered. And then the commission has or must impose conditions when it serves to protect the needs of students or prospective students. And the conditions may include any of the following: reporting, prohibiting a licensed institution from enrolling new students in a pre-licensure professional nursing program, limiting the number of students in a pre-licensure professional nursing program, and terminating the program or requiring submission of a teach-out. So you do have a couple of other options there as well. If we have not gotten to the termination stage, that you can find that adverse action has been taken. And then as a commission, you can order them to take further action.
That's really helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, that is helpful.
Yeah, that actually means this.
My worry is that we're just waiting for all the appeals processes to play out, but yet students are still being in a school that's not adequately performing to support them. So I'm more comfortable with that, unless So Eric, you're contending that under number 3, that we leave it as is, because we do want to make sure that all opportunities to appeal, even beyond the Board of Nursing, have been exhausted. Otherwise, it puts the commission in a undesirable position to be closing a school when they're still pursuing appeal processes, even beyond the Board of Nursing appeal processes.
Absolutely. Well, to be clear, right, when we say beyond the Board of Nursing processes, yes, an agency's action can be appealed to a court of law. It's one of the beauties of our system. And I would want to add that, in my opinion, the conditions which may be imposed that are indicated in number 5, that's not exhaustive. Our normal rules on substantive change continue to apply. So the commission, while the appeals process plays itself out, can impose just about any reasonable conditions and restrictions on the school, including what's listed in A through D under 5. So there's still a lot of authority that the commission has to ensure protection of students in the meantime and to monitor the activities of these schools while the appeals process plays out.
Yeah, that gives me some.
In light of this, may I suggest the following, that the language there of after all opportunities to appeal have been waived or exhausted, that be slightly modified to after appeal processes have been waived or exhausted, and then that we accept it in that form. And the only reason I make that stipulation is because how can we rule if an opportunity has not been exhausted, but say it's an opportunity that they may or may not take?
Right.
And so the opportunity remains there until it's enacted. But if we say,
I can add.
So it would be striking out the words all opportunities and adding in processes after the word appeal.
And removing two as well.
Appeal processes have been waived or exhausted.
Right.
That makes me happier. And I'm satisfied with the conditions that we can impose in number 5 below. So Eric, are you comfortable with that or
I prefer the word all because without it, I mean, opportunities. I prefer the word all.
Opportunities is
to go
removed also.
To go to Dr. Stefano's question, if I understood it correctly, when adverse action is taken, an institution does not have an unlimited time within which to appeal. It's usually something like 30 days. Whatever the pertinent statutes are, will indicate how much time they have to appeal adverse agency action. It's usually something like 30 days. And so that's how we'll know. If 30 days have passed and there's, or whatever time period is stipulated in the pertinent statute, and no appeal has been filed, then the appeal's been waived. And that's why we had initially had language in here that just said exhausted, and at my council we added the words or waived precisely to account for that. That's how we'll know the opportunities have been exhausted, when a certain period has passed and no appeal has in fact been filed. Did that answer your question, Dr. Stefano?
You did. If there is a time constraint, then that's kind of a built-in check and balance system. I wonder whether the time constraint itself could not be subject to appeal and challenge in the court, which makes me think that we should still shift from exhausting opportunity to exhausting processes. I'm just reluctant to legislate on abstract potential as opposed to concrete processes.
So,
but your point is taken.
So it's, the change would be what I think what Dr. Stefano is suggesting is the sentence would read: the termination of a pre-licensure professional nursing program by the Florida Board of Nursing will, after appeal processes have been waived or exhausted, result in termination of the program by the commission and require submission of a detailed plan. So it's striking out all opportunities and adding in the word appeal processes after appeal.
Might I make a suggestion along those lines then? Just the expression appeals processes. I don't know, it just doesn't sound very statutory. What if we said after all appeals have been exhausted or waived? All appeals. Are we happy with that language? Sure,
that would work. I mean, if you're concerned about processes, I'd have the same concern about opportunities. I mean, I think that you're right. So appeals is then the action, not the process. Sure. What do you think about that, Troy?
I love it, and it's more succinct. So great.
After appeals have been waived or exhausted. So that's the only thing that we're doing, is we're striking out all opportunities to, and then adding an S after appeals.
So just so we're clear, will the language be will, after all appeals have been waived or exhausted?
No, it will be will after appeals have been waived or exhausted.
Because I guess after putting, if you put all there, then that doesn't actually expand necessarily opportunity. It makes a requirement that if all have not been waived or exhausted, just some, but suppose there isn't the intention for pursuing more, it still binds you.
I can sleep happily on that.
Okay, so now do we want to take public comment on this section instead of going through the whole rule?
That might be
Happy-
best, just so we can section off each piece, and that
Yeah.
way when we get to the end, you're comfortable with what we have landed on, so you're not having to go back and forth.
Do we have anyone from the public who would like to comment on this section that we are in discussion on?
We do. Our first member of the public is Mr. Bob Harris.
Si Ana cambió el email para Ana Méndez, porque ella ahora es Méndez.
Commissioner Marty, we can hear you if you're not meaning to talk to us.
Sorry.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, thank you. And I apologize. I don't want to beat a dead horse, but I want to kind of echo some of the comments that both Tiffany and Eric made. And I'll give you a suggestion for if you want to make clarification. First of all, the way the language reads now is typical in statutes and in rules of other agencies, telling people they have an opportunity to appeal. That's standard language for people that are not familiar with the ins and outs of regulation. Yes, do I have an opportunity to appeal? The answer is yes. And so I don't think the word opportunity should be touched. And I don't think the word all should be removed. But let me see if I can add two words that will make it clearer and closer to what I think Chair Coyne was saying. If you made the language say the following: the termination of the pre-licensure nursing program by the Florida Board of Nursing will, after all opportunities to appeal that termination. So you're basically limiting the appeals to just the appeal of that termination. And as Eric has said, appeal processes have deadlines, 20 days, 30 days. And so people can't sit on these things. But it's very normal to give people some time to appeal these things. And I can tell you there have been appeals, I participated in them, from the Board of Nursing that have been successful, that have reversed a course of action. And so before someone used the word the death penalty or death blow, before the commission issues a death blow or death penalty to a nursing program because of another agency, just make sure they've been able to exhaust their appeals of that agency's decision. Also, as both Eric and Tiffany have said, the commission has a dozen different things they can do with this program if you're concerned about it. This is talking about the death penalty. Before you kill that program, you should, it seems to me, and every agency should, give them the right to appeal any other agency that you're relying upon for your decision to end a program. Is let them exhaust.
Can I ask then a follow-up to that, Mr.
Yes,
Harris?
ma'am.
So
Yes, ma'am.
we agree we're not removing the right for the appeal process to play itself out.
Right.
For the school. We're just clarifying for the commission. And so what we're proposing is still doing exactly what you're describing is the correct thing to do for a school that is on a path towards termination, is that the Florida Board of Nursing will, after appeals have been waived or exhausted. So we're still keeping in after appeals have been waived or exhausted. We're not removing that.
And I realize that, but again, you're starting to get, it's like you use the language appeal process. You're starting to get language that is not familiar, normal language for the judges that are going to ultimately.
So we're not using the word processes. We're just saying appeals. After appeals have been waived or exhausted.
Okay.
And you're
But also
suggesting that the word opportunity is what makes it clear to people that they can appeal and not the word appeal.
Right, but you also
After
eliminating the word.
appeals have been waived or exhausted.
Madam Chair, let me finish. But you're removing the word all, and that's what is a common parliamentary thing. When all of your opportunities, when all your chances and all your opportunities to appeal have been exhausted, that's it, waived or exhausted. And so by taking out the word all, then you're starting to say, well, guess what? If they appealed the decision to the DOA and didn't win there, but they have a right to go to the First District Court of Appeal. No, sorry, your appeals have been exhausted because you appealed it and you lost, and therefore you're done. If you say all, it makes it clear that bottom line, before you issue the death penalty, people have the right to appeal their all of the other decisions by other agencies that you're relying on. And it just seems to me that before you, sort of like the way we do as a nation, we don't give the death penalty until all appeals are exhausted. The same thing here. All appeals should be exhausted before you do it. Let me give you one example. Let's say you're a college and you receive, let's say, a report from your accreditors, which said you're doing a terrible job. Well, the public should not assume that that school is doing a terrible job until all the processes, all the administrative processes, all the appeals of that decision have been done, and then you can make a decision. So it's the same thing here. You shouldn't come to a conclusion about whether someone should lose their commission license unless they've gone through all the opportunities to appeal that decision of some other agency, whether it be the Board of Nursing or an accrediting agency. That's all I'm saying.
If I may interject, Doug, so I think what Mr. Harris is getting at is that the expression all appeals is less indeterminate than appeals by itself.
That's correct.
Appeals could mean more than one, but not necessarily all. So to be clear, I mean, I think practically speaking, the practical effect of not having the word all in there, you know, if we, you know, trust that we have, you know, good staff members and you have competent counsel and good commissioners and good judges, that they can construe appeals as meaning all appeals. But in terms of statecraft, it's better practice to be as precise as you can be the first time we get these rules drafted and approved. I personally concur with Mr. Harris that the word all is better verbiage.
Roy, were you going to say something else?
Yeah, I think that, so thank you for the comment. I think that based on your description, we have the same intention in terms of what we're trying to achieve here. And I appreciate the insight on how to best achieve it. I think that all appeals, unless you think otherwise, I'd like to hear why, but I think all appeals better captures that than all opportunities to appeal. And I think it addresses the concerns by not allowing it to be just kind of terminated prematurely, while maintaining it in the concrete in terms of the appeals as opposed to just abstract opportunities. So I'm perfectly comfortable with the modification to all appeals.
Sure, me too.
So to clarify, we would be stating will after all appeals have been waived or exhausted.
Yes. That's what I'm hearing.
If I may, Mr. Harris, does that address your concern?
I'm sorry, Dr. Stefano, can you say that one more time?
I was asking Mr. Harris if that addresses his concern.
Yeah, Commissioner, thank you. Again, and my only point, and it's sort of like the point that Eric made, when you get to talking about in rules about giving people their rights and so forth, talking about opportunities to appeal is a very common way of referring to people, giving people the opportunity. It's what lay people kind of understand. So is it a tremendous difference? No, but it's just a common parlance that most people understand well. I'm given an opportunity to appeal. I don't think substantively it makes a decision, but for people who are not in this process every day, lawyers every day, that they're always looking for, what is my opportunity to appeal? Where are my avenues? So that's all. Will it make a substantive decision? I don't know. It's just more common parlance to talk about opportunities. That's all. But thank you, sir.
I think I agree that is more common for language that is directed towards an institution about their rights. But here we're focusing on what the process is for the commission to enact something given certain conditions be in place. And it's, I think the focus here has to be on precisely what those conditions are. And to have stipulated conditions, it makes more sense to speak in the concrete than in the abstract. But I think materially speaking, it should be communicated to institutions that they, have the opportunity to appeal by all means at their disposal, and that we should not prematurely terminate any program subject to the outcome of all of those opportunities.
Right. Okay, so we've landed on after all appeals have been waived or exhausted. Any further discussion on that? And now, is there anything else in this section that anyone wants to discuss? Are we? I'm comfortable with the remaining sections, 1 through 5. Okay, so moving on. So, Mr. Harris, do you have any more comment on the rest of that section?
Yeah, Madam Chair, very quickly, again, and this goes back to other changes that the staff made, and I appreciate very, very much their listening. The phrase institution, licensed program, and all the other different definitions they use are really quite good. I just want to make that comment. They're excellent, and it all dovetails into this whole section. I just want to make sure that's clear. We did raise some comments early on, and those things have been rectified by the staff, and we appreciate that very much. Thank you. That's all I have on that section.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, so then we're moving on. Director Hurst, do you want to take us to?
Yes, I will take you to the next section. So the next modification to this standard is a result of Section 1005.31 Florida Statutes License of Institutions, which states that the standard relating to admissions and recruitment shall include, but is not limited to, requirements for verification of high school graduation, high school equivalency, or qualifying scores on an ability to benefit test. So I'll move us over to the highlighted section, but please note that the language is identical in each area for the basic skills of M, N, O, and P. So when we flip over to that, this was the attestation language that was originally in the original rule language, had that attestations, unless provided by the awarding entity, were not allowed as evidence or constitute as proof of high school completion. So one of the institutions had requested, or there was additional public comment from an institution that was concerned with the fact that their accreditor does allow them to take self or student self-attestations as long as they have additional qualifications in place, such as checking a certain percentage of those institutions and ensuring that there is a second layer of review. So based on those conversations, we have amended the language to state, attestations by the awarding entity or successor entity constitute equivalent documentation to qualify for this exception, and that's speaking to the exception above. Student self-attestations or self-certifications, unless allowed by the institution's accrediting agency, as defined in Section 1005.02 Florida statutes, do not satisfy the evidence requirements of this subparagraph. In the case of a student who is home educated, a signed and notarized affidavit submitted by the student's parent or legal guardian attesting that the student has completed a home education program pursuant to the requirements of Section 1002.41 Florida statutes constitutes proof of high school completion. So the addition to this was to split it out to clarify the language and to specifically state that student self-attestations or self-certifications, unless allowed by the institution's accrediting agency, do not satisfy the evidence requirements.
May I raise two minor points?
Sure.
One, just we want to put a T in institutions where it says institutions accrediting agency.
Oh, thank you.
No worries. And then I have a question about the last line with
Yes.
home educated students. What happens in the case of someone who might have been homeschooled many years ago and is only now at this point in their life, let's say many years later, pursuing this? I mean, we're thinking of the standard kind of process where it's, you know, a young person, but I'm just thinking about the hypothetical that someone later on might want to get some sort of training, and they are 35, 40 years old, you know, whatever the case is, but their high school experience or would have been home education. Would that or should that affect?
I guess I would ask, how does the Department of Education validate that homeschool, that high school equivalency or that high school diploma?
Well, to speak to both of those questions, so we do have a Florida statute that has requirements for homeschool students as far as what is in that attestation of completing a requirement of home education. But to go back to Dr. Stefano's question, if a student was unable to have a notarized affidavit submitted by their student's parent or guardian or legal guardian attesting to that fact, in all of these sections, they do state, they give an alternative way to get into an institution. So it states that an institution that is offering a program, and it is different clock hours based on what section you're in, states that they shall administer a basic skills examination to each student who enrolls unless the student has provided evidence of a high school graduation diploma, general equivalency diploma, or its equivalent. So they would still have the opportunity or be afforded the opportunity, and should be, to take a basic skills examination. And that's where the next section where it's highlighted, where it says the institution must verify the student has obtained a qualifying score on an ability to benefit test and maintain evidence of the verification in the student's files. So that would be applicable to all students. If they cannot if they're not able to get their high school graduation diploma, and they would prefer to self-certify, their accreditor, whatever institution does not allow self-certifications, then they would be afforded the opportunity to take a basic skills examination to ensure that they can adequately complete the program for which they are attempting to enroll.
Great, thank you so much, appreciate it.
How many accreditors are on our list of accreditors that our schools are working with, allow for a self-attestation or self-certification of high school equivalency?
So they don't all explicitly state in their catalogs whether they do or do not allow. We did identify one that did allow, that is one of our institutions that are recognized in our statutes, and we found a couple that did not allow.
Commissioner Marty?
I do think that having the opportunity to have the test for ability to benefit should satisfy all these cases. Like this thing about the parents, I go back with what Commissioner Stefano, somebody 35 years old, the parents may be deceased, and homeschooling didn't exist in those years either, like as an accepted thing. Also, from my experience in K-12, homeschools to be accepted, I remember years ago in Miami-Dade, people needed to have somebody certified testing the student at the end of the year. I don't know if that exists anymore, but it's kind of like an open door. And sometimes we're not doing anybody a favor. They go there, they borrow money, and at the end, they cannot deal with the courses because if they cannot pass the test of ability to benefit, who are we helping here? Are we looking for the student or just for some owner that's going to get some money for somebody that cannot benefit from the program?
Is the section 1002.41 Florida statutes, is that addressing the homeschool?
Yes, it is.
It addresses the homeschool rules?
Yes.
Commissioner Marty, that is the section that's going to drive whether someone can be considered a homeschool.
So it had to follow what the rule says.
What the Florida Department of Education has already legislated around what constitutes proof of high school completion for homeschooling. We're not doing that. We're just saying this exists. Homeschooling exists. It's been around for a while. We are just having to acknowledge that students are going to come to us from homeschool that need to get into programs. And if they can't get it certified, then they can take the ability to benefit test.
Okay.
I want to clarify that we added this language in. This language is taken verbatim from the analogous statutes that regulate the kind of credential that the state colleges accept from homeschool students. This language was taken verbatim. At my own personal suggestion, it was added in so that our schools could give the same treatment to homeschoolers that the state colleges and universities do.
Right.
That makes sense.
Agreed.
Oh, it was just the part about the affidavit that bothered me.
Yeah. And my part that I'm just still troubling over is I think we're the part that we're addressing, the one accreditor that allows self-attestation.
Yeah.
We're reducing ourselves to that standard instead of saying we have the higher standard. Like, is that the right thing for us to be doing? Or are we, just saying, okay, well, I don't know this accreditor that allows self-attestation. Do they have high standards in other areas that we do subscribe to? I know we've embarked on, I know Risa was working on or had done work on kind of our accreditor inventory and what do the standards look like. And I just don't have I don't know where we are on our all accreditors are not created equal, right? So
that is correct. And to clarify, the accreditor for which we are currently looking at that allows for the attestations is APHES, which is one of our USDOE recognized accreditors, as well as one of ours that we have reviewed for LBMA status to allow them that they have comparable standards to the commission. And their student admission statement or student assessment admission statement states that the evidence or signed attestation of graduation must include the name of the high school attended, city, state, and graduation year. The institution has the responsibility of having a policy at the campus level to verify the high school or program was approved by the applicable governing or state approval agency and accrediting body recognized by the U.S. Department of Education or by the Council on Higher Education Accreditation as applicable. So they do, so with their own, the accreditor will put extra requirements upon the school to even allow them to do the attestations, which is where that second layer of review comes. So anyone that does not have an accreditor that would allow for attestations that would add a second layer of review or require additional controls in place, we would not want them to be able to accept student self-certifications or self-assessments.
Okay.
So the accreditation that allows it by self-attestation does put in, it's auditable by them, or it has to demonstrate evidence that the school themselves is verifying the student's attestation.
That is correct. So when they
Okay.
come up to do their accreditation renewals, that may be part of them. I'm not sure all the things that they look at, but that could be part of them. But they do put, that comes straight from their section for student assessment admissions.
Okay. Okay, I'm satisfied with that.
Okay.
Any other thoughts or discussion around this section? Is there any public comment on this?
There is no public comment.
Okay.
I shouldn't say ever. There's no public comment right now.
Yeah, I've got it.
To clarify.
Gotcha. Since we're being so succinct and clear.
Just in case.
So, okay, so now that takes us where to? Director Hurst, I'm flipping through, it takes us. I
So
see
that's
those
going
are-
to take us to, I'm flipping through as well. That is going to take you
Revocation,
to,
okay.
you're going to go under the section R, and it's highlighted at the very bottom that all institutions licensed by the commission must disclose all vocational programs, examination preparation programs, contract training programs, continuing education, or professional development programs offered on CIE Form 303. This form is incorporated by reference, effective, and then in parentheses, the effective date is to be inserted by the agency clerk. So the update to that was originally it had that the form was going to be incorporated on a certain date. That date had already passed. We were using it as a draft language, so we have updated that to reflect that the form will be incorporated by reference, effective when the date of the rule becomes effective, and that will be added by the agency clerk at that time.
Okay. And that was by intent of the legislature to capture all the programming at no matter what the level by our licensed institutions.
Yes. So Section 1005.335 Florida Statutes Accreditation Requirements and Program Approval now states, all programs offered by a licensed institution must be disclosed to the commission, including but not limited to vocational programs, examination preparation programs, contract training programs, continuing education, or professional development programs. So commission staff has placed it in rule and also incorporated a form by rule so that the institutions can report that information to the commission.
Okay. And are all of those program types, for lack of a better word, are they all defined somewhere?
They are. So on the form, when you look at the form, they'll have a drop down for them to select which program that they are actually referring to. And then there is also an appendix where it has the Florida statutes. I'm looking at it just to make sure I'm on the right page. The Florida statute references definitions, which is 1005.02, and it goes down vocational programs, examination preparation programs, contract training programs, continuing education, and professional development programs. And so those are all defined in the appendix.
Okay. I don't know if I know what an avocational program is, but that's why I asked. I guess I'll have to look up the definition. Okay. Anybody have any comments or thoughts on that? Is there any public comment on that?
We do have one.
Okay.
Mr. Harris.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Two things. Let me just comment on the last little thing you said, Chair Coyne. As you mentioned, you've heard me mention before, Broward College, for example, has a 38-page booklet that they put out every summer for all the avocational and vocational programs that you put out. And you have a significant number on there that are really for the community quite.
Those are
quite
continuing education. Those are not avocational programs or professional. They could be professional developments, but
Well, there are
they
some
could
if
be
you look-
contract training
Yeah.
or examination
Some of
preparation.
them have
But we've never
avocational
called them
programs.
avocational. I don't know what that is.
It just means basically, if you, for example, we mentioned this before, if you have a program that maybe it's a dog grooming school, but that you allow people to come in on the weekends and teach them some techniques and tricks and things that they can do on their own, not for training them for career. Those are avocational type programs. And in our schools and other public schools, and my understanding yours as well, does those kind of avocational programs as part of their community obligations. So I think it's a good thing. So that's what avocational for us. But my only comment on this is the same comment we made before. This form goes way beyond what the statute requires, way beyond into the number of hours and everything else, beyond just identifying what those programs are. I think that's the statute is clear about that, but it goes well beyond what the statute requires. So I've made that comment before. The form has not changed. The same second and third columns are still part of that form. And so the only thing I would say is we'll just have to see, as I have said before, we'll just have to see how the commission uses that information in any of its license decisions. Hopefully there will not be any use of that information in the licensing decision unless that information reveals someone offering a program that should be licensed for one reason or another. But anyway, we'll just have to wait and see how that information is actually used by staff and the commission moving forward. So that's the only comment and objections we have. But thank you.
It may be useful to the schools to publicly be able to promote all the other programs that they have as well. Doesn't. Okay. Any other thoughts on that topic? All right. So is there anything else in this? Okay. Yes, there's another big area.
That is the end of that
Executive
section. So we'll move on to the next section. And this section is it is a result of section 1005.31, licensure of institutions, and it's a modification of this section. This section now states, or the statute now states, the commission shall develop minimum standards by which to evaluate institutions for licensure. These standards must include, and the new addition is at a minimum, at least the institution's name, financial stability, purpose, administrative organization, admissions and recruitment, educational programs and curricula, retention and completion, and the new addition is including a retention and completion management plan. So the rule is related to the additions of including a retention and completion management plan. So what you will see is in your rules under standard 10 student services, letter B, all institutions must submit a retention and completion management plan on CIE Form 500, Retention and Completion Management Plan. This form is incorporated by reference, the effective date to be inserted by the agency clerk. So the modifications to this particular area was we did clean up the form to ensure that it did say retention and completion in the correct areas of the form. And then we also modified the date, once again, had the original placeholder for the rules. It was updated to reflect that it is going to be effective upon the effective date of the rule, and the effective date will be inserted by the agency clerk.
And then the next one is that they must report by March 15th and by November 30th each year thereafter for the previous academic year.
Yes, that is correct. I'll do that one next if you have.
Okay, sorry. Okay, any concerns or questions or thoughts around submission of a retention and completion and management plan? I think this is something that we ask about a lot, and so it makes sense that we formalize it.
And it does go ahead and require all institutions to do it, so you're no longer waiting upon an improvement plan. You're going ahead and having them think about that up front, where they can kind of process what that will look like, and maybe that will kind of kickstart into some thoughts going into it before you're in the red zone and then need to actually have an improvement plan. You've kind of thought through some of these issues and how you would like to handle them.
Any thoughts from the commissioners on this?
If I may, one additional area that we tend to ask about quite a bit is placement plan. And I'm just wondering what the rationale is behind the retention and completion management plan, and then having that as kind of a self-contained unit as opposed to retention, completion, and placement management plan. I'm just wondering if you could speak to that. I know that goes against the spirit of requiring less rather than more, but it is something that we tend to ask about iteratively at the commission meetings.
So to speak to that, so the statute and through the legislature specifically required the inclusion of a retention and completion management plan. That was their addition to that section, which is why it's very specific in our rules now. We will still have the placement improvement plan, just at a different section of the rule. It's just not the requirement for all licensed institutions when they're creating these standards above.
Got it. Okay. Great. Thank you.
It's more on the improvement plan side, though, Troy, to your point. Like it's not the proactive side, which is what this is. The retention and management completion of that plan is more proactive, doing it in advance of being placed on an improvement plan. So, I mean, right, if you see right below it, it does talk about placement services, but it doesn't specifically list a placement plan.
Right. And the way that we tend to frame the questions are, how are you getting feedback from employers and stakeholders in your industry in order to kind of form alignment on the one hand, and how are you using those as kind of pipelines for placement on the other? And so we tend to ask that when people present new programs, as well as when people are kind of coming to present their program's performance.
Agreed.
Well, we do appreciate the feedback, and we will certainly take that into account for our next rule developments. So we will make a note of that. So thank you.
Yeah. So is there any public comment on this piece regarding the retention and completion management plans?
There is no public comment.
Okay, moving along.
Okay, so this will take us to, and this one, sorry, it's going to be a little wordy as I read through the statute for you. So the next modification to this standard is a result of 1005.11, accountability for institutions licensed by the Commission for Independent Education, which states, 1. By June 30th, 2024, and by April 15th of each year thereafter, the Commission shall prepare an annual accountability report for licensed institutions. The report must contain, at a minimum, the graduation rates, including the number of graduates by program, retention rates, and placement rates for all licensed institutions. 2. By March 15th, 2024, and by November 30th of each year thereafter, each licensed institution shall provide data to the Commission in a format prescribed by the Commission. Placement rates shall be determined using a methodology approved by the Commission. Number 3, the Commission shall establish a common set of data definitions for institutional reporting purposes. 4, the Commission shall impose an administrative fine of not more than $500 when a licensed institution fails to timely submit the required data to the Commission pursuant to this section. Administrative fines collected under this subsection shall be deposited into the Student Protection Fund. And 5, notwithstanding Section 1005.323, the Commission shall have the authority to require licensed institutions to provide institutional, graduate, and student data through reasonable data collection efforts as required or necessitated by statute or rule. So that takes us to Standard 10, and this language starts under Section D. So this is the language that you have seen multiple times that has been modified based on our conversations and the public feedback. So the first change is that you will see that we split up the fines instead of there being one $500 fine that each institution is getting for failing to timely submit the required data. It now states the Commission shall assess a fine of $250 for the first infraction and $500 for the for the second or subsequent infraction, not to exceed $500 for each reporting period for failure to submit accountability data required by Rule 6E-2.00410 within 14 days of the deadline specified in paragraph D. Fines must be paid within 30 days of the date the order imposing the assessment becomes final. Fines collected pursuant to this section shall be reported separately on the Student Protection Fund report distributed at each commission meeting. Failure to pay the fine and submit the accountability data to the commission within 30 days of the final order constitutes a violation of Section 1005.11 Florida statutes, for which disciplinary action is authorized under Section 1005.38 and Rule 6E-2.0061 Florida Administrative Code. So that is our fine language. Is there any questions related to that?
So do the dates provided give the commission staff adequate time to prepare the report? Because that's what I heard in the beginning, right? Of the legislation's requiring the commission to compile a report. Am I hearing that correctly?
That is correct. So all licensed institutions must report by March 15th of 2024 and by November 30th each year, the required student data. Let me flip back over for our requirements. And then by June 30th of 2024 and by April 15th of each year thereafter, the commission shall prepare an annual accountability report. So we'll have between March 15th, all of the data should be in, and then we will have till June 30th to provide the report. So yes, it is a tight window. But it is a statutory window.
Yeah, no, and it's actually forcing the data conversation that we need to have a more robust data system to be able to compile all that information into a report.
Yes.
That it's actually, because to have all these schools submitting all the similar data and to be able to compile that, because in my mind, I would start to see it, I would want to start being able to dissect it and seeing it by quadrants. Either here's high performing schools with, high enrollments, high completions, to low enrollments, low completions, so you'd see it as a quadrant, or you'd see it on a continuum and be able to sort and and I'm sure that's what the legislature or the who are you submitting the CIE annual accountability report to?
So the language in the statute does not actually state who it gets reported to. So it would be at a minimum submitted to the governor's office, because we send all of our reports to that office.
Okay.
But we would also be posting it on our website.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I just think we're all going to have to do it. So not a bad thing, but it's just.
May I ask some questions about this section? Well, are we considering right now the definitions of retention rate, graduate rate, placement rate?
Yes, so that is the next section. Would you like me to continue on to that section at this point?
Okay,
Or did you
sorry.
have any? No, it's okay.
No,
I just wanted to make sure that
I didn't mean to rush ahead. I wasn't sure if that was included in the current considerations.
I think that,
okay.
So we're just talking about the dates and the fines.
Yes. So
right now.
it is the data that we will get into. That's the information that we're requesting, but this is just the fine for failure to submit the data and the fines that go along with it, as well as any kind of disciplinary action that would be taken for not submitting the data.
So is there any comment on that, or is there public comment on this section?
We do have one public comment. Mr. Harris.
Thank you, ma'am. Two things really quickly. One, again, I want to thank you for taking some suggestions we made to impose this fine over a period of time lesser. And I really appreciate that very, very much, and the thought that went into that. So thank you. Second thing is, you did make a comment which made it sound like it could be more than $500 per reporting period. I know that's what that says, but something you said made me think that it might be more than that. But just to be clear, the language is, and my understanding is, the maximum fine is $500 per reporting period. Is that correct?
The language states the commission shall assess a fine of $250 for the first infraction and $500 for the second or subsequent infraction, not to exceed $500 for each reporting period.
Okay, I just want to make that clear. Thank you, ma'am, very much.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you. Next section.
Okay. 1 second, I'm flipping back. So this takes us to the section, it's still in that same first paragraph, but I will bring it to your attention. Number 2 is we did not modify this language from your first or original draft, but it does state upon request from the commission, the institution shall provide all documentation relied upon in producing the submitted data, which may include the students' names and contact information, programs of study, dates of enrollment and graduation, professional licensure, places of employment, employer contact information. This documentation shall be communicated to the commission in a secure education's data collection and retention policies and procedures. And then that takes us into our retention, graduation, and placement rates. So I will read these out because these were modified from your original draft language. This was a result, the modifications are a result of the public comment we received related to these definitions, as well as staff's research into other states, accrediting agencies, and other governing bodies such as ICUF, IPEDS, and the Florida College System. So the language is now as follows. Number 1, retention rate is a percentage determined by the following ratio. The numerator shall be the total number of students, which includes existing students, new starts, reentries, transfers, and graduates, enrolled in a program for the reporting period, less than the difference between the total number of withdrawals in the reporting period and the number of students who withdrew for excusable reasons as defined in subparagraph 5. The denominator shall be the total number of students enrolled in the program at any point during the reporting period. Total enrollment shall include students who have completed at least 10% of any program, term, quarter, or semester, whichever is less, within the reporting period. A graduate is a completer of a program who is awarded a diploma, degree, or other credential for completion of the program and who fulfilled all of the institution's published graduation requirements. Number 3, graduation rate is a percentage determined by the following division ratio. The numerator shall be the number of graduates that finished within 1 1/2 times their initial enrollment period during the reporting period. The denominator shall be the total number of graduates in the reporting period and total withdrawals in the reporting period, less the excused withdrawals as defined in subparagraph 5. 4, placement rate is a percentage determined by the following division ratio. The numerator shall be the number of graduates of the program in the reporting period who obtained employment, entered active military service, or enrolled in another post-secondary program. The denominator shall be the total graduates of the program in the reporting period who are available for placement. All graduates will be considered available for placement except for graduates that the institution can document are unable to work due to a medical condition, death, or incarceration, and graduates who are exempt from placement services in accordance with paragraph C. 5, excused withdrawals include death, incarceration, active military service, return to their country of origin due to an expired visa, a documented medical condition which has been verified by the institution and which prevents the student from attending the institution even if reasonable accommodations are offered, or a documented job relocation or transfer. And please let me know if you have any questions related to the definitions.
I have a few, but allow others to go first if they have any.
Oh, no, go ahead.
Okay, so under retention rate, let me start there, and then I have a question about placement rate. So let me start with retention rate. So total enrollment shall include students who have completed at least 10% of any program, term, quarter, or semester, whichever is less, within the reporting period. Can you explain how that description of total enrollment does or does not affect the numerator or denominator described prior?
So that section of it, the total enrollment shall include, that is allowing for where we're kind of following Florida college systems and some of the other entities where it allows for students to be accountably enrolled is what the other terms that are used. So in some of these institutions, they don't actually they don't allow a student to be counted as accountably enrolled unless they hit a certain credit hours or that they've met certain time periods within a semester. So that those students that jump in really early, maybe make it a week or so, they haven't even gotten the payout or the institution hasn't received any payment from these students, then they decide to leave because the program is not for them. That's kind of when they're in that enrollment period. This allows us to have the same functioning accountably enrolled definition for them as well. So it's not penalizing the institution for those students who come into a program and withdraw within a reasonable amount of time, which for us was the 10% of any of those areas, program, term, quarter, or semester, because we do have various different differing areas within our sector within the reporting period.
So I love that. I think that that's excellent because it allows for something like a trial period before formally including a student in the count that potentially could, weigh against the school in determining retention. So that's excellent. I just want to make sure that the way that it's stipulated here, that student would be removed from the denominator and the numerator?
Essentially, yes. They would not be included in this calculation.
Right. Okay. Conceptually, it's clear, but verbally, it isn't. But I'm convinced that people will interpret it this way because it's in their best interest.
Yes, they will.
Hopefully. Okay. So that was just like the first question. And I don't know if there's a way of making that clearer without it being kind of an elaborate change. But that's my only kind of concern with that one. But I think that provision is excellent, and I'm just very glad to see it. So should I pause there, or should I proceed to the placement rate comment? Chair Quinn?
I mean, does anybody else have any other comments around the retention rate? I'm still puzzling over, does it include graduates? Why does our retention, because wouldn't you normally remove graduates from your retention? But I guess that's just it could be just
It's because they're enrolled during the year. So it counts all
right. So you're
enrollments.
including them in, let's say, the denominator as a student enrolled in that period.
Correct.
If you don't include them in the numerator, then it will make it appear as if they dropped out, not that they graduated. So including them in the numerator, it basically cancels out that student count in the denominator.
Correct.
okay. Okay, then does anyone have any other comments on that retention rate or definitions of retention rate? Just retention rate.
So I wonder if it would make it the final line clearer if it said enrollment in the aforementioned instances include students, etc. Rather than total enrollment, because it seems like by saying total enrollment, at first glance, it looks like you're referring to something else, not the number for existing students, new starts, re-entries, transfers. All right. The point is that last line qualifies all of these other numbers.
One moment, please. So there could be a couple of different options. So instead of saying total enrollment shall include, we could state that the total number of students shall include students, and that gets you the same language that's being used in the numerator and the denominator. Or you could say total enrollment, which is the total number of students, shall include. The second one doesn't sound as good once I said it out loud.
I would add that for the first suggestion, the expression total number of students be placed in quotation marks to indicate that it's definitional.
I think that makes sense, right? So if you do that, then it kind of makes clear that you're referencing, as it were, total number of students in the first instance in the numerator, and then as well as total number of students in the denominator. And if you want to make it absolutely explicit, you could actually put total number of students in quotation marks and say in the numerator and denominator, are limited to, or include students who have completed, etc. Any thoughts?
So we were looking to, through our definitions, just to make sure that we weren't going to do anything that creates any undue conflicts. So we do have the definition of enrollment in our definitions, and I'm going to read it. Sorry, it has to be a little bigger for my eyes to actually read anything over here. Can you unhighlight it for me? Thank you. So enrollment means registering a student to take programs or courses at an institution when such a registration obligates the student to pay the institution or pay tuition to the institution and obligates the institution to provide instruction to the student. So that is our current definition of enrollments, just separate, that is already in the rules itself. So that is where we were using the total enrollment. That was kind of piggybacking off of that definition. But we could still.
But it seems like this is actually more constricting because.
Yes, it is going another layer. So I do like the suggestion to have it state that the total number of students shall include students who have completed at least 10%. So that way it is clear and we can put it in the quotations.
Right. Okay. Yeah. If you wanted, you could say total number of students for these calculations, or you could just leave it at total number of students. But that would certainly make it clearer by putting that in quotations and using the same phrase that's used in these.
Any other? So you're clear on, you all have a clarity on that? Of how it's going to be changed or modified?
We would be removing the words total enrollment and instead having in quotations total number of students, and that's end quote, shall include students who have completed at least 10%. And it continues.
Okay.
Right.
That's good. Any other thoughts on that one before we move on to graduation or placement?
We do have one public comment.
Okay.
Mr. Harris.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Two comments on this. I want, again, first of all, I cannot thank you enough for giving consideration to what we suggested about this accountable period of time. It's really significant. I hope everyone fully understands how significant it is that you added this language in there. As we talked about at one of the meetings, at the state college level, by rule, basically 30% of a program is not counted toward the retention rates that they provide to the state and are published. And so at 10%, we'd like to get to 30% at some point in time, but 10% is a great, great first step. And again, I can't tell you how much we appreciate that, that understanding of that, because we ultimately want to get to where, when comparisons are made, it's an apples and apples comparison. Second thing specifically about this language, my thought from the beginning, and I agree with Eric, that putting it in parentheses or quotes is a good way to do it, so it makes it clear. But when I read this, it says, even if it says total number of students shall include students who have completed at least 10% of any program term, should it say total number of students shall include only students who have completed at least? In other words, it means if they have not completed 10%, then they're not counted as part of enrollment.
I concur.
That makes it a lot clearer.
I agree.
Thank you all. Thank you, Madam Chair.
So we're clear, the proposed language is total number of students shall only include students who have completed at least 10%, etc.
Ms. Orloff.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi. I just had a comment regarding the overall outcomes. I specifically am used to doing outcomes this way because our creditor, which is ABHAS, requires us to do most of these calculations. My suggestion would be possibly if you could maybe do a sample or an example under each one of these different outcomes so that when the schools have to start doing these types of calculations that they understand a little bit better what the processes are for these specific numbers when they're putting them all together. That would be the only comment that I would have.
And is that something that the staff would do after the rules have been adopted, but it wouldn't necessarily be, examples wouldn't be placed in the rule?
The examples wouldn't be placed in the rules, but we would be happy to provide additional information to any school that needed it. In addition, these will be reported on a form, a CIE form, and then staff does the calculations for these. So they'll report these numbers in a form, and then we will do the calculations. But we are also happy to provide them any additional information as needed.
Okay. Any comments on graduation rate? Moving on to placement rate. Dr. Stefano?
Yeah, so we've had, I think, plenty of conversation about this. And I just wonder if the staff could speak to the discernment process in retaining this language. And my big concern here is just the prevalence of programs that are oriented towards keeping someone competitive in their field or growing in their company, but it's not necessarily a program that's oriented to entrance into a new field. And it seems like these placement rates are weighted in that direction.
So when we talk about placement rates, we have removed placement within a field of study to kind of accommodate for those kind of concerns where we are not asking, especially for a student who is already placed somewhere. Maybe they're a nurse and they're going for that next licensure or status degree that they would like to seek, that they would still be considered placed. So that way we're not taking that away from individuals as they are continuing to move up in their careers, and also to speak to students who have, maybe go into a program for which they still use some of those skills, but it is not considered to be a related field of study, but they are still placed by the institution and they are employed. We wanted to include them in that. So those modifications were made to address those kind of concerns.
I suppose my question then is, does the phrase "who obtained employment"
Right.
eliminate, or kind of limit the scope to new employment as opposed to? Yeah.
Where is existing employment placement? So if they have existing placement and they're maintaining that.
So the way that it's currently written is that it is in the reporting period who obtained employment. So if they've already obtained employment as a student, that they would be included in they've obtained employment.
Okay.
So it's not obtains employment. We're not looking forward. We're looking if they've obtained employment.
Yeah. So then I think that it should be the perfect passive structure who have obtained to encompass.
I was just going to say that. I concur, Dr. Stefano.
Who have obtained employment?
Yeah, because the difference is that this is the aorist tense, which means that it is an event that is complete and it's accomplished at a specific point in time in the past. Whereas the perfect tense means that it's something that started in the past but still has an ongoing effect, encompassing those that may have obtained employment previously, but its ongoing effect encompasses the present.
What about the expression "are employed"? Perhaps that's even clearer.
It certainly is clearer, but I think that if we do stick to "have obtained employment," it keeps the spirit of the implication of some sort of alignment between the study and the employment without prescribing it.
As I understand it, the intent of the rule is to count any employment as placement, no matter what it is. And of course, who have obtained employment, there are unemployed people who have obtained employments at some time in the past. I don't know.
But typically, you would say in that case who were employed.
One would think, yeah, I suppose.
Does have obtained employment do it?
Couldn't an unemployed person say, "I have obtained employment in the past, although I am currently not employed"? I don't know. I kind of like the expression.
I think that putting in the past there is what makes that verbal construct possible.
My opinion is that the expression, the construction "are employed" is the least ambiguous.
Who are employed, entered active military, or enrolled in another post-secondary. Yeah. Who are employed.
If you want to keep the same if you want to keep the same construct as the others, you could just say "who have employment," and it effectively achieves the same thing as what Eric is saying. Is that right, Eric?
I just think that sounds funny. I don't have employment.
Well, I'm just looking at the tense of all three phrases. Period, who have employment, entered active military service, or enrolled in another post-secondary program. Or we could say, who are employed, entered active military service, or enrolled in another post-secondary program. I mean, I'm indifferent.
I think you can go either way.
Yeah.
But I do think it
okay.
opens it up to somebody, it makes it clear that we are counting also those people that started the program employed.
I'll say this: if we add "are employed," it does make the rest of the sentence more awkward because you have a, active, present tense, then past, entered active military service or enrolled, unless you put all those in a present tense as well.
Which is why I suggested who have employment, because then it takes the bite off of that contrast.
Yep. I think either one covers it. Anyone else have any thoughts on that? Did they want to weigh in? Have obtained employment. Is there any public comment on this? Okay, going once, we're going to go with have employed, have obtained employment.
There's no public comment, but I believe Eric had one more comment.
Okay.
If I could just have a minute to work this out in my head. One moment.
Okay.
This wording. Okay.
While you're doing that, may I ask Director Hurst a question?
Absolutely.
I'm looking at number 5, excuse withdrawals here, and it seems like the medical condition stipulation walks a very fine line between requiring schools to do something that, based on HIPAA, they cannot do, but making that the condition for them being able to do it.
Are you recommending removing the verification by the institution?
It's more of a question than a recommendation at this point.
Yeah, I agree. Being in a part of an institution, that verification, it would be documented, but verifying it crosses that line.
Would it be a documented medical condition which prevents the student from attending the institution? Because what we don't want to happen is that an institution will just place individuals for which they do not want to count for against themselves, that they'll say, oh, they have a medical condition. And that is kind of where that's left. It's a gray area that we want to make sure that we're closing a loophole with that. I don't disagree with the fact that we, of course, do not want to have any kind of HIPAA violations or go across that. So would something to state work due to a documented medical condition which prevents the student from attending the institution, even if reasonable accommodations are offered?
Yeah, perfect.
I just want to comment that HIPAA would not be implicated here because we are not healthcare providers. So I do have suggested language for number 4 placement rate. To be as follows: the numerator shall be the number of graduates of the program in the reporting period who are employed, are in active military service, or are enrolled in another post-secondary program.
That works.
Sure, I've been asked to repeat it. So it will be: the numerator shall be the number of graduates of the program in the reporting period who are employed, are in active military service, or are enrolled in another post-secondary program.
That's why you get the big bucks, Eric.
I like it.
No comment necessary. I know it's hard.
We do have one public comment. Mr. Harris.
Not on my salary.
I love that. And Madam Chairman, I wasn't going to comment until this last conversation came up about the issue of HIPAA and covered entity and so forth. So, and the accommodation issue. And we deal with this, unfortunately, for all of our school districts, and including all day yesterday for me in a case. I think the language should just talk about a documented medical condition. And the reason is you've got language in here allowing you, if you see a pattern or a problem, it allows you to obtain additional information from a particular institution that may be playing games, as Ms. Hurst said. I think her point is very valid. But you do have the ability to do that. But again, I just received about 2 hours ago another, and I've probably gotten 10 this month, where we're requesting employment verification or from employment records. And the answer was, if they had anything medical, the answer is no. And so Eric's correct. The whole issue about whether HIPAA applies is whether you're a covered entity. But we still have significant trouble trying to get an employee's verification of anything medically related. The first answer is always no. And so to me, if it's a documented medical condition, I think they should be able to do that. But if you see a pattern at all, then I think you have the right to request more. The issue of the accommodation is difficult too, because as everyone knows, if a person is employed, you're not going to get documentation from an employer about whether they offer accommodations to that, because then you're getting into ADA, and there's a lot of things you can't even ask employers, and employers can't ask their own employees. And so they're not going to be able to provide you information about whether an accommodation was or was not available or offered for this particular employee. I'm just saying you're getting into an area where you almost be inviting people to violate the ADA, the employer where this graduate is now located. I just think that may cause a problem. I understand the need to have documented evidence. I think that should be there. And hopefully we won't have too many institutions playing games with that. But if they are, I think you have the right to look into it. So that's my only comment. Madam Chair, Madam Search, thank you.
If I may clarify, although HIPAA, is outside of my normal scope of practice, it is my understanding that a bill like, that HIPAA would prohibit the healthcare institution from disclosing a student's private medical records to their employer. It does not prohibit, I don't believe, the employer, the institution from necessarily obtaining those records from the student themselves if the student wishes to disclose it.
That is true. I mean, it is true that the student should be able to get those from the student. But if you're looking for documentation, then that's going to come from that student's employer. And so that's where the wall generally is. So the student may say, yeah, I'll give you my medical records and it shows that I'm unable to work and so forth. But again, if the student has to get that information, even from their own employer, it may be difficult. That's my point. So,
if I may, in terms of the way that this is phrased here, the implication is that the institution would be able to verify that documentation, which implies that they would be able to verify it with its source, not the student that's providing the documentation, or else that wouldn't be a verification, right? In which case, I mean, to speak to Eric's point here, a student can disclose all they want, and they're not limited from putting their medical records on the internet if they wanted to. I mean, nothing in HIPAA that prevents that. But what I'm talking about is the institution being able to independently verify those records with the medical provider. And that's what I think is implied in the way that it's currently stated. Now, there's two different situations here that are at play. One is saying the institutions need to verify, et cetera, in order to have some quality control there. I don't think we can impose that. But the other part of this is the accountability to the institutions in terms of how they use this documentation, and whether or not they may be required to provide that documentation if required. So those are two different things. Is everyone following what the distinction I'm making?
Yeah, and Mike, can you still hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I apologize. Yeah, I think, Dr. Stefano, I think that's it. It's if this language is limited to what the student provides, and the student provides some documentation, the school just doesn't accept it, then that's fine. But if there's any documentation required beyond what the student provides, and you have to get to their employer or their health care provider, anything else, if that's the level of documentation you're looking for to confirm that the school's doing the right thing, that's the problem. If it's just from the student and that's accepted, that's fine. It's just beyond that, to me, can be problematic. That's based on our experience.
Absolutely. So I agree with that. And so I'm saying on the one hand, so if we think about it in terms of two sets of relations, the relationship between the institution and the student, right? And there, in that case, the institution can't bypass the student and go directly to the healthcare provider. They need to accept whatever documentation is kind of presented. All right. But now if you think about the institution's relation to the commission, and if the fear is that institutions are going to use this as a way of tilting, the number of students in their calculation, well, it may be the case that that documentation may be something that could be requested as evidence that corresponding to the way that the numbers are calculated, the documentation is collected, not the one from the student directly, not the documentation that they would achieve or the institution would receive from a healthcare provider, because as I said previously, I just don't think that that's feasible. But I think that might be a way of putting checks and balances on both sides of this.
Is there any language edits that need to get to that then?
Well, I think Director Hirsch's recommendation that we scratch that part of, which has been verified by the institution, be
Document a
implemented.
medical condition,
Right.
which
So
prevents the student from attending.
Correct. And then my question to Eric is, in the case where we suspect that a school is using this to tilt the records, as it were, can the documentation that had been provided to that institution by the student as the basis for that withdrawal be requested by the commission to verify its accordance with the numbers?
So is it auditable by us?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, I believe it is. Absolutely.
Right. And so then
we might have to make redactions, if there's a public records request, but certainly for commissioner eyes only, absolutely. The commission may audit any personal student documents in the possession of one of our licensed schools.
So then that offers the kind of the closed loop of accountability while limiting what institutions are required to gather to whatever the student provides. So I just don't think it's feasible to request it in the way it's currently stated.
So staff, you all have that? That makes sense to you?
I'm sorry, could you please repeat that? Is there some language change being suggested?
Other
Yes,
than
it would read.
I mean,
No.
Sorry, go ahead, Troy.
No, please. Good.
I was saying other than what was already suggested by the executive director. So is that complies with what we're saying? A documented medical condition which prevents the student from attending the institution even if reasonable accommodations are offered. That removes that which has been verified by the institution because it's documented.
Okay, so that clause would now read, a documented medical condition which prevents the student from attending the institution even if reasonable accommodations are offered?
That's what I'm hearing.
I'm advised that commission staff are in agreement with that, as am I.
Okay, so now that takes us to next section, I think, which is placement improvement plans. It looks like there's some edit and a percentage change.
Yes, so this takes us to the improvement plans. We'll start with placement improvement plans. So there were a couple of minor changes added to these from when you saw the first draft language. We have added, and I will correct the spelling, Dr. Stefano, because I'm seeing it multiple places now, we've put in the word if the institutional placement rate falls below a certain percentage, because there were questions about whether this was based on institutional or programmatic placement rates. So it does state institutional placement rates, and the number has been modified from the original numbers in our rule were 60%. The original proposed staff numbers were 70%, and the modified numbers are 65%. The other item of note that has been modified is now there is a section or a statement that says this percentage will be reviewed for revision to reflect high expectations every 3 years.
And so I want to talk through the institutional versus program, because that's going to be in every one, right? That's going to be in retention as well.
Yes, it will. So an individual program, what that means is an individual program may fall under the percentage or the placement rate, retention, graduation rate. That would not trigger an improvement plan for the institution as a whole. It would only be triggered once they hit an institutional placement, retention, or graduation rate, which is below the minimum standards.
And just a point of clarity, and that's determined not by dividing it over the number of programs they have, but across the number of students. Is that correct?
That is correct. Correct.
But the placement rate listed above, yikes. Says of the program, number of graduates of the program. And then we have institutional placement rate, and you're saying that that's the total number. Does it get described there then in this paragraph of how they're going to calculate that? And is that a different calculation than number 4 above? Past.
Okay. So the answer to that is we do want them to provide the placement rate by program. That was done by design. And then we will take all of the placement rates, and that is your institutional rate. And that's the one that would trigger a improvement plan.
Okay. Which makes sense, but it's not stated. how the placement rate, the institution, I mean, it makes sense that you would, combine all of the program placement rates of the institution, but just doesn't need to say that is all I'm asking. And I'm fine if the answer is no, but I just need it to be considered. Has it been considered that it should be in there?
That's our current process as well. So they are reporting by program even now, and we're still doing institutional rates.
Okay.
If you wanted it clearer, then we could add a sentence at the end mirroring what we did above by putting in quotation marks, the institutional placement rate will be calculated by the aggregation of program placement rates across the total number of students at the institution.
And how does that impact the approval process? Tiffany, to add that in. Meaning, like, does that have to go up through the DOE and the governor's office if we make it add a sentence?
No, you're just defining what institutional placement rate is, because we've already defined the actual placement rates itself. So then you're just specifying what the calculation is for institution.
I mean, I don't think it hurts to add it in there. And I think it's just clear, it's just making clarity and not leaving any opportunity for conjecture as to what an institutional placement rate is.
Dr. Stefano, can you say your inclusion again for us, please?
I wrote it down. Troy, do you have it?
I do, but go ahead, please, if you wrote it down, that'd be great.
No, you say it. You go ahead.
No. Go for it.
It was institutional placement rate will be calculated by aggregation of program placement rates across total number of students.
We're making sure we wrote it down correctly. We'll add that to all 3 sections as well.
So we're good with that? And
Yes, we were just trying to figure out the placement of that language, whether it was most appropriate to put it right after institutional placement rate and then have comma, and then put that language, comma, and then continue on with the sentence.
Okay.
I think staff is good.
Okay, any public comment on that?
There is no public comment.
Okay, great. So, and it's not, so now we can keep, keep moving on to retention
Yes, so
improvement
we'll
plan?
move to retention. So it'll be the same language that you just stated we'll put after the institutional retention rate as well. We'll add that mirroring language in this section as well. And then originally the language, the rule did state 50% for your retention rate. Staff had originally in the first draft recommended 70%. After reviewing accreditation, research, other states, we have moved that, and listening to public comment, we have moved that to 60%. Any questions on retention improvement plans?
I do not. Anyone else? Any public comment?
There is no public comment.
Okay, graduation improvement plans then, moving on.
Okay, so this one will be, it's all highlighted because it's a brand new section, but most of this language is similar to the one that you saw last time. The major changes are related to, we will add, adopt the information related to institutional graduation rate as just described and discussed. And then the new revision is that we did modify. Originally, it was 70% for graduation improvement plan. It has now been moved to 55%.
Any discussion? Any public comment?
There is no public comment.
Okay,
Oh, I'm sorry. There, one person popped up.
okay.
Miss Roberts.
Lee Sean Roberts, Mr. Roberts, Herzing University. I had
I
a question
apologize.
with regards to, I believe at one time there was a statement of 150% of program, and I'm not seeing that now. Is that language been removed?
It has not been removed. So if you go back to section, if you're under E, that is in your graduation rates, which is item number 3, which states the graduation rate is a percentage determined by the following division ratio. The numerator shall be the number of graduates that finished within 1 1/2 times their initial enrollment.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Did the commission ever use the term 150%, and we've just now changed it to 1 1/2 times?
We did not. We did not have 150% or 1 1/2 times. That is a new addition.
Okay, okay, thank you. Thank you for raising that, sir.
And also to clarify, we did not have a graduation rates in the past either. That is a new addition due to the statute as
Okay.
well.
Makes sense. Okay, any other comment on this? Next, is there a next section then?
That concludes section 6E-2.004.
Okay, so I guess I guess I can find my script and see what is it that we should be doing here. Should we take a vote then on that entire rule, first rule? Correct, based on the discussion and minor modifications that we've made.
And Dr. Corner, are you addressing me? I don't want to speak for the
I am
commission.
addressing
Okay.
you, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. I don't want to
See, so
speak
it's
for any
hard. I'm
commissioners.
sorry. I'm
So,
confirming that we should take a vote then, that we,
yes. So you have the option now, if you would so desire, as the Rules Committee, to go ahead and take a vote on this, or you can discuss it and you can take the vote tomorrow. But if you are ready to take the vote now, you can go ahead.
I would suggest to avoid further, to avoid reopening and relitigating different matters, that we would take a motion to accept the rule for consideration 6E-2.004, standards and procedures for licensure, based on the feedback that we've provided to staff and have solicited comment on from the public present now. And so I'm suggesting that to this commission, to the Rules Committee.
So yes, Chair Coyne, that would be option 2.
Option 2. Option 2, okay. So do we have a motion to accept the draft language with the proposed modifications?
So move.
Second.
Okay. We have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes. Woohoo, we've moved on from one rule.
And
Now,
may I make one clarification, Chair Coyne, not to make,
Sure.
just to be a procedural purpose. When you're voting to approve the draft language with modifications, are you also approving to send that, the recommendation of approval to the commission for consideration
Yes.
of vote, and allowing the executive director the authority to make minor edits and modifications in response to the input from the public? For
Yes.
stylistic, grammatical modifications and associated reference modifications.
yes.
Can we please vote on that?
Yeah, so that was option 1 though.
Option
Okay.
2.
There's option 2 also.
So move.
So we have a modification to the motion
There's just a
to
vote.
give the executive director the authority to send the recommendation of approval to the commission for consideration for vote, and to give the executive director the authority to make minor edits and modifications in response to input from the public and Department of Education, including stylistic, grammatical modifications and associated reference modifications.
That's correct.
So moved.
Second.
We have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes. Okay.
All right. Are y'all ready to move on to the next?
So I guess I want to ask the group, I mean, so we have other rules to consider still. It might not be as heavy of a lift as the last one was.
They are not. So they are basically the accompanying rules to the one that you just went. We did the hard lift first.
Okay. So is it the pleasure of the Rules Committee to continue? Charging forward? And then what we would be left to do would be to, based on our input and votes, we would go to the commission either this afternoon or tomorrow.
That is correct.
Yes.
Can it get just added onto the agenda in the morning? Is that what happens?
It will be added on to the end of the day on day 2. If you, as the Rules Committee, have moved forward with the modifications, staff will work on those modifications this evening, and then the modifications, the commission can reconvene tomorrow and vote on the rules.
Okay, carry onward. Okay.
Yeah.
So
Go
yes.
ahead.
Oh no, I'm sorry. I was just moving you on to the next section.
Consideration is 6E1, I'm sorry, 1.003, definition of terms. Executive Director Hurst, is there any discussion?
So there are 3 definitions for your consideration here. The first one is number 42, institutional accreditation, which means accredited status awarded to an institution by an accrediting agency or association that is recognized by the United States Department of Education as an institutional accrediting agency. That was not modified based on public comment.
Okay, do you want to keep going through the others?
So 52 is pre-licensure professional nursing program. This means a nursing education program that prepares students for the practice of professional nursing by being qualified to apply for licensure as a registered nurse. This includes Associates of Science in Nursing, Bachelor of Science in Nursing, Licensed Practical Nursing to Associate of Science in Nursing, Licensed Practical Nursing to Bachelor of Science in Nursing, and Accelerated Bachelor of Science in Nursing. The nursing assistant, practical nursing, and RN to BSN programs are not included within this definition. That definition was not modified. And the last definition is 57. This is a new definition. It defines scope of accreditation, which means the range of activities for which an accrediting agency recognizes the institution. This includes any limits on the award of accreditation or range of accreditation, whether the accreditation is institutional, and whether one or more of its programs are programmatically accredited. And that is all of the definitions.
Any comments, thoughts on 42, 52, and 57 definition numbers?
I do, Chair. On item 52, it does not include direct entry programs. And I don't know if it would be better to have a phrase in there that said this is not an exhaustive list, or to also add that. But we saw a school today, our institution has one as well. It's a pre-licensure master's direct entry program, which isn't listed here.
What was the program name again?
It's a direct entry master's degree. So you need a bachelor's degree to attain it. It's like a career changer who comes over and wants to go into nursing, get a license in nursing. It's kind of like the accelerated Bachelor of Science program.
But it's specifically a master's.
Correct.
So it would be an accelerated master's program.
But we saw a school today with that, and it may become more popular. What I'm saying is this list doesn't include that, and it's a pre-licensure program. So we would probably need to alter the language to include such programs.
Would that program prepare the student for the practice of professional nursing by being qualified to apply for a licensure as an RN?
Yes.
So you're suggesting that it's covered under that first sentence?
Yeah, I mean, I guess the examples where it says this includes, those are just simply examples, and that's fine. I mean, if those are just examples, then we're good.
So so you're suggesting does it need to say this includes but not limited to?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Thank you.
But then I do think it's important that you state that the nursing assistant PN and RN to BSN programs are not included. Because otherwise that wouldn't cause more confusion. And RN to BSN programs are not included. Okay.
Madam Chair, staff have informed me that we have some proposed public comment by Mr. Harris. Perhaps we'd like to hear what he has to say.
Sure.
Thank you, Madam
Mr.
Chair. Very
Harris?
quickly, two things. One, I do agree with the change that was suggested by Commissioner Cross. This includes, but is not limited to. Again, there are other programs, and I think there'll probably be others in the future, depending upon where this goes. So I think that's a good change. And second thing is, I do think any comments should be comments about the good work too. The addition of number 57, the scope of accreditation, is something we suggested at the beginning, but this language was drafted by staff, and I think it's excellent. I think it's important. I think you'll find without this definition down the road, there may be some issues with that. So I think the definition is very good and will be helpful as the commission continues to do its work. And I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Does staff have any concern with putting includes but not limited to?
I have no concerns over that language.
Okay, great. Any other comments on these three definitions? Okay, so let's moving on. That's it for all of that for that? Yes, yes. So I would like to consider a motion then to vote to approve the draft language with modifications and send the recommendation of approval to the commission for consideration for vote, to give the executive director the authority to make minor edits and modifications in response to the input from the public and Department of Education, including stylistic, grammatical modifications and associated reference modifications.
So moved.
Second.
We have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the draft language is approved for submittal to the commission. The next one is, the next rule for consideration is I might have moved on. 6E 1.0032. I have it written, no.
That is correct.
I
It's
think
the Fair Consumers Practices.
Oh, fair consumer practice. I'm sorry, I kept scrolling past it. Executive Director Hurst, is there any discussion?
Sure. There is one inclusion in this section, and that is related to the examination. The exit exam requirements is required by statute. So you will now find the language in 60-1.0032, Fair Consumer Practices, under item 6B. We did modify the language a little bit based on feedback from the public, and now states that, I'm going to read the whole thing so it actually makes sense, but the curricula shall be published in the catalog and shall state objectives specific to each curriculum and the requirements to be met for successful completion of each curriculum or program. The new addition is, this shall include, at a minimum, the grade point average required for completion of the program and any exit examination requirements, including the disclosure of the exit exams which the students may be required to complete and the required passing score of the exit exams. And that is also, that same language is also placed under Section 8 as well, which talks about the enrollment agreement.
Any discussion on this proposed?
I have one question, and it really is a question, not a suggestion. Is the term exam more restrictive than assessment?
I don't think so. That's what the statute requires as well. That's the language within the statute, so I don't believe so.
Okay, thank you.
And I guess mine is similar. We talk a lot about graduation, but this says specifically completion. Is there a difference between graduation and completion? Right. I'm looking in our definitions and I don't know that completion, I'm not finding completion as defined.
You could complete the program and not graduate if you didn't pass the exam.
Or pay certain fees.
Right. And to give a little bit of context, the reason for this change, and this kind of talks to Dr. Stefano's question or comment as well, is this was a change in the 1005.04 Fair Consumers Practices within the Florida statutes. It now states, prior to enrollment, provide a written disclosure to a student or prospective student of all fees and costs that will be incurred by a student, the institution's refund policy, any exit examination requirements, and the grade point average required for completion of the student's programs or degree. The disclosure shall include a statement regarding the scope of accreditation, if applicable.
I just think we're using completion and graduation interchangeably, which is fine. Okay, I don't have any concerns. Any other comments on those? Is there any public comment?
There is no public comment.
All right then. Do we have a motion to approve the draft language with modifications and send the recommendation of approval to the commission for consideration for vote? To give the executive director the authority to make minor edits and modifications in response to input from the public and Department of Education, including stylistic, grammatical modifications and associated reference modifications.
And just to clarify the record, Chair Coyne, did the commissioners have any modifications?
No.
They did not. Okay.
So we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The draft language is approved for submission to the commission. Okay, and the next rule for consideration is 60-4.001 fees and expenses. Executive Director Hurst?
Yes, so this is the language that mirrors the language related to fines for the failure to submit data in a timely manner that we discussed in 6E-2.004. So this is our section related to fees and expenses within our rule. So that language will be mirrored here. So you will see on the section 4 for fines and disciplinary oversight, there is now the addition of the fine for failure to timely submit accountability data required by Rule 6E-2.004-10D. It's $250 for the first infraction and $500 for the second or subsequent infraction, not to exceed $500 for each reporting period. And then under 9, it talks about that all fees and any fines imposed for probation or other violations shall be paid to the CFO of the Department of Education for deposit into the Institutional Assessment Trust Fund as established in Section 1010.A3 Florida statutes and identified as a separate revenue account with the authorized expenses of the Commission under the provisions of Section 1010.A3 Florida statutes. This adds on with the exception that all fees imposed under Rule 6E-2.004-10D Florida Administrative Code must be deposited into the Student Protection Fund established pursuant to Section 1005.37 Florida statutes.
Any discussion? So I just have a clarifying question. Sure. So when the Student Protection Fund report is provided at commission meetings, will it be separated out? How much of that now is coming from this assessment of fees?
We can certainly do that. If the commission would like to see it separated out, we can certainly separate it.
I thought I heard that in an earlier statement, so I think that makes sense. I think it's a good idea.
Yes, let me flip over back to 6E-2.004 to see how we stated it in that section.
I feel like I saw it there. That's why,
You
or I
did.
heard it there. Maybe I was making it up.
I don't think you were making it up. I think that it is there. Give me just a second. Okay, so in this section, 6E-2.004, it does say that fines collected pursuant to this section shall be reported separately on the Student Protection Fund report distributed at each commission meeting. So the ones in front of the commission.
I heard separately as meaning that would be separated out.
Yes,
Okay.
so it will be separated for the commissioner's review.
Okay, perfect. Any other comments on that? Any public comment?
There is no public comment.
Okay, so we are ready to take a motion to approve the draft language and send the recommendation of approval to the commission for consideration for vote, give the executive director the authority to make minor edits and modifications in response to input from the public and the Department of Education, including stylistic, grammatical modifications and associated reference modifications. We have a motion.
So moved.
Second.
We have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. So any opposed? Hearing none, the draft language is approved for submission to the commission. Now we will.
You can recess for the day and begin again at 9 a.m.
We get to recess for the day. We'll convene tomorrow as the commission. We are recessing the rules committee, right? And
yes.
Okay. We keep wearing different hats. So, okay. I think that's it. We are adjourned for the day. Can't get to the end of my notes.
We'll convene at 9 a.m. tomorrow.
For joining us. See you tomorrow. Bye.